Hello friends, glad to see you again on the Dead Signal FM channel. There are more and more of you. Thank you for watching our stories. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and subscribe so you won't miss new episodes. It really helps my channel. Also, write in the comments, where are you watching us from? Let's begin. Enjoy the video. I never used to believe the dead could speak. Not until the house on Millbrook Lane. Not until I heard them scratching at the walls, whispering my name through the vents, and watching me from behind the mirrors. The worst part? I can't prove any of it happened. The medication they've put me on makes everything foggy now. Dr. Avery says I experienced a psychotic break brought on by grief and isolation. A convenient explanation for the inexplicable. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. Let me start from the beginning. My name is Daniel Mercer, and 6 months ago my sister Eliza died in a car accident. The police said she lost control on a rain-slicked road and went over the guardrail. They found her car partially submerged in Blackwater Creek the next morning. The funeral was small. Just me, our elderly Aunt Louise who raised us after our parents died, and a handful of Eliza's colleagues from the university where she worked as an archivist. Eliza left everything to me, including her house on Millbrook Lane, a Victorian-era home she'd purchased 8 months before her death and had been gradually renovating. I hadn't seen it since her housewarming party, when she'd proudly shown off the original hardwood floors she'd uncovered beneath hideous 1970s carpeting. "It has good bones," she'd said, running her hand along the ornate banister. "It just needs someone to love it again." I'd thought the place was a money pit, crumbling plaster, ancient wiring, and an unshakable mustiness that seemed baked into the walls. But Eliza had always been drawn to forgotten things, to histories others had abandoned. After her death, I couldn't bring myself to visit the house for nearly 2 months. The key she'd given me sat untouched on my apartment counter, accusatory in its presence. My therapist, Dr. Avery, suggested that confronting the house might help me process my grief. "Unresolved loss manifests in unpredictable ways," she'd cautioned. If only she knew how right she was. When I finally worked up the courage to visit, it was late October. The trees along Millbrook Lane had turned a brilliant copper, their fallen leaves forming a crisp carpet that announced my arrival with each step. The house stood at the end of the street, partially obscured by overgrown hedges. 3 stories of weathered brick and warped windows, crowned by a widow's walk that seemed to watch the neighborhood like a sentinel. The front door stuck, swollen from recent rain. I had to throw my shoulder against it twice before it grudgingly yielded. The house exhaled as I entered. At least that's what it felt like. A rush of stale air carrying the scent of old books, dust, and something else I couldn't quite place. Something mineral and damp. Eliza's half-finished renovations were evident everywhere. Drop cloths covered portions of furniture, paint cans and tools sat in corners, and color swatches were still taped to walls. I moved through the rooms methodically, cataloging what would need to be done before I could list the property. I had no intention of keeping the house. Too many memories, too much work, too much Eliza in every creaking floorboard. As I climbed the stairs to the second floor, I caught myself running my hand along the banister just as she had done. The wood was smooth beneath my fingers, polished by generations of palms. For a fleeting moment, I felt close to her again. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. The door was closed, but not latched. It drifted open at my touch, revealing a room bathed in amber afternoon light. Eliza's bed was still made, a book splayed open on the nightstand. Her reading glasses rested on top as if she'd just stepped out for a moment. The sight made my throat constrict. I crossed to the window and looked out at the backyard. Overgrown now, but I could see where she'd started to establish garden beds. Eliza had always wanted space for a proper garden. That's when I noticed the smell again. Stronger here, that damp mineral odor like wet stone. I scanned the ceiling and walls for water damage but saw nothing. The house groaned around me, settling. At least that's what I told myself it was. I spent the rest of the afternoon going through her belongings, separating what to keep, donate, or throw away. By the time twilight arrived, I had filled several garbage bags and made only the smallest dent in the task ahead. Exhausted and emotionally drained, I decided to stay the night rather than drive back to my apartment. There was leftover pasta in Eliza's freezer, carefully labeled and dated in her neat handwriting. I heated it in the microwave and ate at the kitchen counter, surrounded by the gathering darkness of the old house. I didn't bother turning on many lights. The fewer rooms I illuminated, the less I had to see of her life frozen in time. Sleep came surprisingly easily that night. Grief is exhausting, and the day's emotional labor had left me emptied out. I took the guest room rather than Eliza's bed. I wasn't ready for that yet, and fell into a dreamless sleep almost immediately. The scratching woke me at 3:17 a.m. I know because I checked my phone, the harsh blue light momentarily blinding me in the darkness. A soft, persistent scratching, like fingernails on plaster. It seemed to be coming from inside the wall beside the bed. Mice, I thought. Old houses always had mice. I turned over, pulling the pillow around my ears, but the sound persisted. After a few minutes, I sat up, fully awake now. The scratching had a rhythm to it. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, then 3 more. Too deliberate for vermin. "Hello," I called out, feeling foolish immediately. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was more unnerving than the noise had been. I reached for the bedside lamp, but when I flipped the switch, nothing happened. Power outage, I reasoned, though I could see the faint glow of streetlights through the curtains. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate to the door, the wooden floor ice cold beneath my bare feet. In the hallway, I tried another light switch, nothing. The circuit breaker must have tripped. The basement door was off the kitchen. I stood at the top of the stairs, my phone's light creating more shadows than illumination in the yawning darkness below. The smell was stronger here, that damp stone scent, tinged now with something metallic. Each step creaked as I descended, the sound echoing in the confined space. The temperature dropped noticeably with every step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath forming small clouds in the beam of light. The circuit breaker was on the far wall. I picked my way across the unfinished floor, stepping over boxes and around old furniture Eliza had stored there. The space felt impossibly large for a basement, the darkness swallowing my light a few feet ahead of me. I was halfway across when I heard it, a whisper, so faint I might have imagined it. "Daniel." I froze, the hair on my arms standing up despite the cold. "Daniel, behind you." I whirled around, nearly dropping my phone. The light beam cut wildly through the darkness, revealing nothing but dusty boxes and cobwebbed corners. "Who's there?" My voice sounded thin and reedy in the vast space. No answer came, just the distant drip of water somewhere in the darkness. I turned back toward the breaker box, moving faster now. When I reached it, I flung it open and saw that several switches had indeed tripped. I reset them all with shaking hands, and the distant hum of electricity returning to the house was the most welcome sound I'd ever heard. I didn't linger in the basement. As I turned to leave, my light swept across something on the floor that made me pause. A dark stain about the size of a dinner plate, partially hidden beneath an old rug. I nudged the fabric aside with my foot and immediately wished I hadn't. The stain was larger than I'd thought, spreading in a rough oval across the concrete. It was the unmistakable rusty brown of old blood, probably from an animal, I told myself, a raccoon or possum that had gotten in and died. Still, I couldn't take my eyes off it as I backed toward the stairs. The lights were working when I returned upstairs, the house once again assuming its mundane appearance. I checked the time, almost 4 a.m. Too early to start the day, too late to easily fall back asleep. I made myself a cup of tea and sat at the kitchen table, trying to convince myself that the whisper had been nothing more than the wind finding its way through the old house's many cracks and crevices. The blood, though, that was harder to explain away. I must have dozed off at the table because the next thing I knew, warm sunlight was streaming through the windows, and my tea was cold beside me. The ordinary morning light made the night's events seem distant and dreamlike. I showered, dressed, and continued sorting through Eliza's belongings with renewed purpose. It was while emptying her desk that I found the notebook, Small and leather-bound, it was tucked beneath a false bottom in the center drawer. I wouldn't have discovered it if the drawer hadn't stuck, forcing me to remove it entirely to fix the tracking. The notebook contained what appeared to be research notes, written in Eliza's precise handwriting. Most were historical observations about the house, previous owners, renovations, neighborhood development. But toward the end, the entries took a different tone. October 3rd, scratching in the walls again tonight. Louder this time, Jay. Says old houses settle, but this isn't settling. This is purposeful. October 7th, found another stain in the basement, similar to the first. This one behind the old wardrobe. The dampness keeps returning no matter how many times I clean it. October 10th, the dreams are getting worse. Always the same. I'm in the basement, but it keeps going deeper than it should. Tunnels, someone calling my name from the darkness. October 12th, something watched me from the bathroom mirror tonight. Just for a moment over my shoulder. Face, but not a face. When I turned, nothing was there. October 15th, Jay. Won't come over anymore. Says the house feels wrong. Can't say I blame him. Found old newspaper clippings about the house at the library. 3 children disappeared from here in 1908. Never found. The parents claimed something in the house took them. The final entry was dated October 17th, 3 days before her accident. I know what they want now. I've heard them clearly. They're in the walls, in the mirrors, in the spaces between spaces. They want out, and they think I can give them what they want. God help me, I think they're gonna make me try. I closed the notebook, my hands trembling slightly. Eliza had never mentioned any of this to me. Never said a word about strange occurrences in the house. But then, we'd grown somewhat distant in the months before her death, both busy with our own lives. Our conversations had become perfunctory, surface-level updates rather than deep confidences. Who was Jay? She hadn't mentioned dating anyone, but then again, I hadn't asked. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, mechanically sorting through belongings, while my mind churned over the notebook's contents. By evening, I'd convinced myself that Eliza had been working on some kind of creative writing project. The notebook was fiction, research for a ghost story she'd been crafting. That had to be it. I ordered takeout for dinner, not having the energy to cook. As I waited for delivery, I sat in Eliza's study, looking through old photos I'd found in her desk. There was one of us as children, gap-toothed and sunburned, arms around each other at some forgotten beach. Another from my college graduation, Eliza beaming proudly beside me. The last one made me pause. Eliza standing in front of this very house the day she got the keys, her smile tentative but hopeful. The doorbell's chime startled me from my reverie. I paid for my food and ate it straight from the container while standing at the kitchen counter, not tasting a single bite. Night had fallen completely now, and the house felt different in the darkness. Larger somehow, the shadows deeper in the corners. I decided to sleep in the guest room again and headed upstairs around 10. As I passed the bathroom, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror from the corner of my eye. I stopped, heart suddenly pounding, and slowly turned to look directly at the reflection. Just me, pale and tired looking, eyes wide with apprehension. October 12th, something watched me from the bathroom mirror tonight, just for a moment over my shoulder. Face, but not a face. When I turned, nothing was there. I shook my head, banishing the thought. Eliza's notebook was making me jumpy. That's all. I brushed my teeth, deliberately avoiding looking at the mirror again, and went to bed. Sleep came fitfully, my dreams fragmented and uneasy. I woke several times, each time thinking I'd heard something. Footsteps in the hallway, a door closing, once even what sounded like distant laughter. But each time I checked, the house was silent and still. Until 3:17 a.m., the scratching returned, just as before. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, then 3 more. I lay rigid in bed, telling myself it was the branches of the oak tree outside, though I knew there was no wind tonight. Then came the whisper, not from the walls this time, but from the heating vent near the floor. "Daniel, help us," a child's voice, thin and desperate. I sat bolt upright, fumbling for the lamp. This time it worked, flooding the room with warm light. The scratching stopped immediately. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "This isn't funny." Silence answered me, but I could feel something waiting, listening. I got out of bed and pulled on my jeans and a sweatshirt. If this was some neighborhood kid playing a prank, I was going to catch them in the act. I grabbed my phone and the heaviest flashlight I could find in Eliza's emergency kit. I checked every room on the second floor. Nothing. No open windows, no signs of intrusion. The third floor was mostly unfinished attic space, accessed by a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I hesitated at the bottom of the ladder, the beam of my flashlight disappearing into the darkness above. October 15th found old newspaper clippings about the house at the library. 3 children disappeared from here in 1908. Never found. The parents claimed something in the house took them. My rational mind said to leave it alone, to go back to bed and look in the daylight. But something else, something deeper and more primal, told me I needed to know what was up there. Now, I climbed the ladder slowly, each rung creaking under my weight. The attic air was stifling and thick with dust. My flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing exposed beams, rolled insulation, and stacks of cardboard boxes. As I pulled myself up onto the floor, something scuttled away into the shadows. "Hello!" I called out, sweeping the light in a wide arc. The beam caught something reflective in the far corner, a small round object that gleamed momentarily before disappearing behind a stack of boxes. I moved toward it carefully, the old floorboards groaning beneath me. As I reached the boxes, a cold draft washed over me, raising goosebumps on my arms. The smell was here too, that damp stone smell, but stronger now, mixed with something sickly sweet. I moved the boxes aside one by one, revealing a small alcove beneath the eaves. And there, nestled in the corner, was a child's tea set, tiny porcelain cups and saucers arranged in a perfect circle. In the center sat a doll, ancient and discolored with age. Its glass eyes caught the light of my flashlight, giving the illusion of life. I knelt down for a closer look. The doll was handmade, its cloth body stuffed with something that crackled when I picked it up. Its face was simple, embroidered eyes and mouth, but there was something unsettling about the crooked smile. Around its neck hung a small silver locket. With trembling fingers, I opened the locket. Inside was a tiny scrap of yellowed paper, folded many times over. When I unfolded it, I found a name written in faded ink. Eleanor. Eleanor, I whispered, the name feeling strange on my tongue. The temperature in the attic plummeted instantly. My breath clouded before me in great plumes of white. The flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging me into absolute darkness. Something moved in the darkness. I could hear it shifting, a soft rustling like dry leaves being disturbed. It was circling me, drawing closer with each pass. I fumbled with the flashlight, slapping it against my palm, desperate for light. A small, cold hand brushed against the back of my neck. I screamed then, scrambling backward on all fours, the doll and flashlight forgotten in my panic. I collided with something solid, a trunk or box, and pain exploded in my lower back. Still, I kept moving, desperate to find the ladder, to escape the suffocating darkness and whatever was in it with me. My hand found empty air where the floor ended, the ladder opening. I twisted around and half climbed, half fell down the ladder, landing hard on the hallway floor below. I kicked the ladder up, slamming the attic door shut, then sat there gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. When I finally managed to stand, I noticed something clutched in my left hand. The doll. Somehow I'd kept hold of it in my panic. Its embroidered smile seemed wider now, almost knowing. I should have thrown it away, should have burned it. Instead, I took it with me back to the guest room, placing it on the nightstand while I checked myself for injuries. My back was already bruising where I'd hit the trunk, and my palms were scraped raw from my frantic crawl across the attic floor. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of what had happened. A draft could explain the cold. An animal could explain the movement. The hand on my neck, that had to be my imagination. overwrought from reading Eliza's notebook and too little sleep. But the tea set, the doll, Eleanor, those were real, physical evidence that children had once lived and perhaps died in this house. I picked up my phone to search for information about the house's history, but the battery was dead. Plugging it in did nothing. In fact, I realized with a growing sense of dread, none of the electronics in the room were working. The digital clock by the bed was dark. The lamp I'd turned on earlier was now off, though I hadn't touched it. The power was out again. But this time, I couldn't bring myself to go back to the basement to check the breakers. Instead, I lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and pulled the covers up to my chin like a child afraid of monsters in the closet. The doll sat on the nightstand, watching me with its embroidered eyes. In the darkness, I could have sworn those eyes blinked. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I dreamed of children playing hide and seek in endless, twisting hallways. In the dream, I was searching for them, hearing their giggles echo around corners just out of sight. Every door I opened revealed another corridor, another staircase, another room not found on any blueprint. Daniel, find us, help us. Their voices led me deeper into the house that wasn't a house, down staircases that spiraled impossibly downward. The walls wept moisture, the smell of damp stone growing stronger with each step. At the bottom was a door, ancient wood banded with iron. From behind it came the sounds of scratching, desperate and frantic. Let us out, Daniel. Please, we've been here so long. I reached for the handle, my dream self knowing I shouldn't open it but unable to stop. The door swung open to reveal not a room but a yawning abyss of absolute darkness. And from that darkness, something moved toward me. Not the children, something else. Something that had been waiting. I woke with a start, drenched in sweat despite the chill in the room. The first gray light of dawn filtered through the curtains. The doll was no longer on the nightstand. It sat at the foot of my bed, facing me. I scrambled backward. A scream lodged in my throat. The doll remained motionless, its embroidered smile now unmistakably a grin. The silver locket hung open around its neck, empty of its paper secret. I threw back the covers and ran from the room, not stopping until I reached the front door. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the lock, but finally, the door swung open, and I burst out onto the porch, gulping the cold morning air. The street was quiet, houses still dark in the pre-dawn light. I sat on the porch steps, trying to calm my racing heart. Part of me wanted to get in my car and drive away, never looking back. But I couldn't abandon Eliza's house, not yet. Not until I understood what had happened to her. Because I was beginning to suspect her car accident might not have been an accident at all. When the sun had fully risen, I forced myself to go back inside. The house looked normal in the daylight, dusty and neglected, but just a house. I searched the guest room carefully, but the doll was nowhere to be found. The only evidence of my night's experience was the silver locket, lying open on the rumpled bed sheets. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table with Eliza's notebook open before me. Rereading her entries with fresh eyes, I noticed something I'd missed before. She repeatedly mentioned the basement. Stains, dreams about tunnels, voices calling from below. The basement, where I'd seen the blood stain, where the circuit breaker was. I didn't want to go down there again, but something told me that's where answers would be found. I waited until midday, when sunlight was at its strongest, before approaching the basement door. This time I took a proper flashlight, my phone, now working again, and a kitchen knife. I felt ridiculous holding the knife, but its weight was reassuring in my hand. The basement stairs creaked just as ominously in daylight. The smell hit me halfway down. Stronger than before, unmistakably the scent of decay. At the bottom of the stairs, I played my flashlight across the space, seeing it clearly for the first time. The basement was larger than I'd realized, with several rooms branching off from the main area. The blood stain I'd discovered was still visible, but now I noticed it wasn't the only one. Similar stains dotted the concrete floor, forming a rough path toward the far wall. I followed the trail hesitantly, knife held out before me. The The stains led to what appeared to be a coal room, a small chamber off the main basement where fuel would have been stored in the house's early days. The door was ajar, darkness spilling out like ink. Inside, the flashlight revealed walls of rough stone and a dirt floor. The room was empty except for a pile of broken furniture in one corner and an old steamer trunk against the back wall. The smell was overwhelming here, making my eyes water and my stomach clench. The trunk was locked, but the hasp was old and rusted. It took only a few hard yanks to break it free. I hesitated before opening the lid, some part of me already knowing what I would find. Inside the trunk were bones, small bones, the remains of what looked like 3 children, curled together as if sleeping. Among the bones were rotted scraps of clothing, a child's shoe, and 2 more dolls identical to the one I'd found in the attic, their embroidered faces grinning up at me. I staggered backward, bile rising in my throat. My foot caught on something, and I fell hard onto the dirt floor. The flashlight rolled away, its beam coming to rest on the wall behind the trunk. And there, previously hidden, was an opening, a crude doorway cut into the stone, just large enough for a person to crawl through. Tunnel. October 10th. The dreams are getting worse. Always the same. I'm in the basement, but it keeps going deeper than it should. Tunnels, someone calling my name from the darkness. My mind reeled with the implications. The missing children from 1908. The bones in the trunk. The tunnel leading. Where? I knew I should call the police. This was evidence of murder, hidden for over a century. But something kept me from reaching for my phone. A compulsion to see where the tunnel led, to understand what Eliza had discovered. The opening was barely 3 feet high. I would have to crawl. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run from this house and never return. Instead, I picked up my flashlight, tucked the knife into my belt, and got down on my hands and knees. The tunnel was cool and damp, the walls rough stone that scraped my shoulders as I moved forward. It sloped gently downward, taking me deeper beneath the house with each foot I crawled. After about 20 feet, the tunnel widened into a small chamber. My flashlight revealed crude symbols carved into the walls, circles within circles, strange angular runes, and what looked disturbingly like handprints made in dried blood. In the center of the chamber was a shallow pit filled with dark earth, and scattered around the pit were candle stubs, yellowed bones, and small personal items. A hair ribbon, a pocket watch, a child's drawing rendered in faded crayon. This was a place of ritual, of sacrifice. As I stood examining the symbols, a gust of cold air extinguished my flashlight. Not a mechanical failure this time. I'd felt the air move, heard the flame of the candle I'd found and lit being snuffed out. In the sudden darkness, I heard breathing. Not my own. This was wet and labored, coming from the pit in the center of the room. The smell of decay intensified, becoming so thick I could taste it. Something was moving in the pit, disturbing the earth. Rising, I fumbled for my flashlight, slapping it frantically against my palm, but it remained dead. The sounds from the pit grew louder, dirt shifting, bones cracking, something pulling itself up from below. A hand closed around my ankle. Not the small, cold hand of a child this time, but something larger, its grip iron-tight and burning cold. I screamed and kicked out blindly, connecting with something solid that gave way with a wet, tearing sound. The grip loosened, and I scrambled backward, away from the pit. My back hit the tunnel entrance. Without thinking, I turned and crawled as fast as I could, scraping my palms and knees raw on the stone. Behind me, something moved in the darkness, not crawling but flowing, like water or smoke. I could hear it getting closer, feel the air growing colder around me. I burst from the tunnel into the coal room, stumbling to my feet. The trunk with its grisly contents lay open, the dolls seeming to watch my panicked flight with their stitched eyes. I ran across the basement, taking the stairs 2 at a time, feeling the cold presence almost at my heels. At the top of the stairs, I slammed the basement door shut and twisted the old key in the lock. The door immediately began to shake, the wood vibrating beneath my palm as if something massive was hurling itself against the other side. The key snapped in the lock, half of it disappearing into the mechanism. I backed away as the door continued to shake, the frame beginning to splinter around the hinges. Whatever was down there wanted out, and the door wouldn't hold it for long. I ran to the front door, only to find it wouldn't open. The knob turned, the deadbolt was unlocked, but it was as if something on the other side was holding it shut. The windows were the same, immovable despite being unlocked. The house had become a trap. The basement door gave a final, tremendous crack. The shaking stopped. Then came the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate, wet. Something was coming up from below. I fled upstairs, mind racing for a solution. If I couldn't get out, where could I hide? The footsteps reached the top of the basement stairs, then started across the kitchen floor. A dragging, squelching sound accompanied by the smell of grave dirt and decay. The attic. It was the only place left to go. I pulled down the ladder and climbed, pulling it up after me. The attic was just as I'd left it, dusty and cluttered with boxes. But now I noticed something I'd missed before. A small window at the far end, barely visible behind a stack of old furniture. I moved toward it, pushing boxes aside in my haste. Behind me, I heard the ladder being lowered. Something was coming up. The window was small, designed more for ventilation than escape, but it was my only chance. I forced it open, the old wood protesting with a shriek of rusted hinges. Outside was the steep slope of the roof, ending in a 3-story drop to the ground below. From the attic entrance came a sound. Not footsteps now, but a heavy dragging, accompanied by the crack and snap of floorboards giving way under immense weight. I caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, something far too large to have fit through the tunnel, its form shifting and indistinct. I didn't hesitate. I squeezed through the window, scraping my shoulders on the frame, and found myself on the narrow ledge of the widow's walk. The ground seemed impossibly far below, the immaculate lawn a green postage stamp in the afternoon sun. A neighbor was walking their dog across the street. I shouted and waved my arms, but they didn't look up, continuing on their way as if they couldn't hear me. No one could hear me, I realized. Whatever had taken the children, whatever had lured Eliza to her death, had isolated me completely. Behind me, the attic window darkened as something pressed against it from inside. The glass bulged outward impossibly, cracking along the edges of the frame. I edged along the widow's walk, looking for another way back into the house. A different window, a door, anything. At the corner of the roof, I found a small maintenance access door that led into what appeared to be a crawl space. Without options, I yanked it open and crawled inside just as the attic window shattered behind me, followed by a roar that sounded like stone grinding against stone. The crawl space was pitch black and smelled of old insulation. I moved forward on hands and knees, feeling my way along. After a few yards, my hand met empty air, an opening in the floor. I felt around the edges carefully. It seemed to be some kind of vent or dumbwaiter shaft, just large enough for a person. Behind me, something scraped at the access door, its weight making the entire crawl space shudder. I didn't have a choice. I eased myself into the opening, using my arms to brace against the sides of the shaft. Then I began to lower myself down, inch by terrifying inch. The shaft seemed to go on forever, much deeper than the 3 stories of the house should allow. The walls grew damp, then slick with something that wasn't water. The smell of decay returned, stronger than before. When my feet finally touched bottom, I found myself in an unfamiliar corridor. This wasn't part of the house I knew. The walls were rough stone, the ceiling low and arched like a medieval catacomb. Faint light came from somewhere up ahead, not electric light, but the warm flicker of flames. I moved toward it cautiously, one hand trailing along the wall for guidance. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows above. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing small bundles that, with a sick feeling, I realized were wrapped bodies. Children's bodies, dozens of them. In the center of the chamber stood Eliza. She was facing away from me, her hair hanging loose down her back just as I remembered. She wore the same clothes she'd been buried in, the blue dress she'd always loved, though now it was stained with dirt and what looked like blood. Eliza! My voice echoed in the chamber, bouncing off stone walls in a cacophony of whispers. She turned slowly, too slowly, her movements jerky and unnatural. And when she fully faced me, I saw that it wasn't Eliza at all. Not anymore. Her face was sunken, the skin gray and mottled. Her eyes were gone, replaced by swirling darkness that seemed to pull at my gaze, threatening to draw me in. Daniel! Her voice was wrong, layered with other voices, some high and childlike, others deep and guttural. You came, just like she said you would. What are you? I managed to ask, my own voice barely a whisper. The thing wearing my sister's face smiled, the expression cracking her gray skin. I am the keeper, the collector, the one who has always lived beneath this house. What did you do to Eliza? The same thing I've done to all who come here. I added her to my collection. The thing gestured to the alcoves with their wrapped bundles. She fought harder than most, but in the end, they all join us. Us. As if in answer, small figures stepped from the shadows behind the thing that wasn't Eliza. Children, a dozen or more, their forms translucent and wavering like heat mirages. Their eyes were black pits, their mouths stretched in identical rictus grins. We need new friends, Daniel, the thing said in its layered voice. Eliza wasn't enough. We need you too. They began to move toward me, the children and the thing wearing my sister's face. I backed away, but the corridor behind me had vanished, replaced by solid stone. I was trapped. You don't understand what we've made here, the thing said, using Eliza's mouth to form words no human throat should produce. This house is special. It sits at an intersection, a weak point between your world and elsewhere. The original builder knew. He designed it this way, with its tunnels and chambers hidden between the walls, places where the barrier is thin enough to reach through. The spectral children had formed a circle around me now, their cold presence raising goosebumps on my skin. Their translucent hands reached for me, passing through my clothing to touch the flesh beneath. Each touch felt like ice needles driving into my body. Stop! I cried, spinning in a desperate circle. Why are you doing this? The thing wearing Eliza's face tilted its head at an impossible angle, nearly perpendicular to her shoulders. For the same reason anything does what it does. To survive, to grow, to feed. One of the ghost children grabbed my wrist. Unlike the others, this touch was solid, the small fingers digging into my flesh with impossible strength. I looked down into the face of a little girl, perhaps 7 years old, with dark braided hair and hollow eyes. Around her neck hung a silver locket identical to the one I'd found. Eleanor, I whispered. She nodded, her grip tightening until I felt bones grinding together. You brought me my name, she said, her voice like dry leaves rustling. No one said my name in so long. That means you belong to me now. I tried to pull away, but her grip was unbreakable. The other children pressed closer, their cold hands reaching for me from all sides. Behind them, the thing that had been my sister opened its mouth impossibly wide, revealing row upon row of needle-like teeth descending into a throat that seemed to tunnel down forever. Don't fight it, Daniel, the layered voice said from that nightmare maw. It doesn't hurt, not for long, and then you'll be part of something wonderful, part of us, forever. The ghost children were on me now, their combined weight driving me to my knees. Eleanor still held my wrist, her other hand now pressed against my chest directly over my heart. I could feel a terrible cold spreading from her touch, seeping into my chest cavity, wrapping around my lungs, squeezing. Eliza, I gasped, looking past the children to the thing wearing my sister's face. If you're in there somewhere, please. Something flickered across that gray, decaying face, a momentary expression that looked almost like my sister. For a second, the swirling darkness in her eye sockets cleared, revealing Eliza's familiar brown eyes, wide with terror and recognition. Run, she whispered, her voice briefly her own. Daniel, are you? Her face contorted in agony, the darkness flooding back into her eyes. The thing roared in rage, the sound shaking dust from the ceiling. Enough! In that moment of distraction, Eleanor's grip on my wrist loosened. I tore free and lunged forward, ducking beneath the grasping hands of the ghost children. I had no plan, nowhere to run, but instinct drove me forward, directly toward the thing wearing Eliza's body. As I collided with it, something extraordinary happened. Instead of the solid impact I expected, I passed through it as if it were smoke, emerging on the other side into my bedroom, my actual bedroom, in my apartment 15 miles from Eliza's house. I crashed to the floor beside my bed, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sunlight streamed through the blinds. Outside, I could hear traffic, neighbors talking, a dog barking, the ordinary sounds of a normal day. My alarm clock showed 7:30 a.m. I'd overslept for work. Had it all been a nightmare? A vivid, terrible dream brought on by grief and the anxiety of handling Eliza's estate? I checked my phone. The date showed I'd lost 3 days. The last text message was from my boss, asking if I was all right after I'd failed to show up for work or call in. I rushed to the bathroom and stared at my reflection in the mirror. My face was pale and drawn, dark circles under my eyes making me look years older. But it was the marks on my wrist that made my blood run cold. 5 small bruises, perfectly spaced like fingerprints. Child-sized fingerprints. I called in sick to work and spent the day trying to convince myself that I'd been sleepwalking, that I'd somehow driven home from Eliza's house in some kind of fugue state. The alternative was too terrible to contemplate. That night, I dreamed of tunnels again, of children playing hide and seek in endless corridors, of Eliza calling my name from deep in the darkness. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of scratching in my walls. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, then 3 more. It had followed me home. In the days that followed, I tried to research the house on Millbrook Lane. The local historical society had records of the original construction in 1887 by a man named Thaddeus Blackwood, described as an eccentric architect with interests in the occult. The house had changed hands numerous times over the decades, with an unusually high number of owners either dying under mysterious circumstances or abandoning the property suddenly. The incident with the missing children in 1908 was documented in yellowed newspaper clippings. 3 siblings, Eleanor, Thomas, and William Hargrove, had vanished while playing in the house's basement. Their parents, who were renting the property at the time, insisted something in the house had taken them. The father eventually hanged himself in the attic. The mother was committed to an asylum where she died, still insisting she could hear her children calling to her from inside the walls. I reported my grisly find in the basement to the police anonymously, calling from a payphone and disguising my voice. I couldn't face explaining how I knew about the bones or why I'd fled the scene. I've been checking the local news daily, but so far there's been no mention of any discovery at the house. Perhaps they haven't investigated yet, or perhaps they went to the basement and found nothing. No trunk, no bones, no tunnel. Nothing to corroborate my story. I've moved 3 times since that night at Eliza's house. It doesn't matter. Wherever I go, they find me. The scratching follows, always at 3:17 a.m. Sometimes I hear the children whispering my name through heating vents or from inside closets. Twice I've glimpsed Eleanor watching me from mirrors, her hollow eyes patient and knowing. Dr. Avery says I'm experiencing a psychotic break brought on by unresolved grief. She's increased my medication twice now. It helps during the day, dulls everything to a manageable haze. But the nights are still theirs. Last week I received a package. No return address, no postmark, just a small brown paper parcel sitting on my kitchen counter when I came home from work. Inside was Eleanor's doll, its embroidered smile wider than I remembered, and a note written in Eliza's handwriting. "We miss you, Daniel. Come back to us. The door is always open for family." I burned the doll and the note, but the next morning, they were back on my counter, untouched by fire. I know what will happen eventually. The scratching will get louder. The children will grow bolder. The thing wearing my sister's face will find a way through whatever barrier separates us. And one night, at 3:17 a.m., I'll follow the voices down into my basement and find a tunnel that wasn't there before. A tunnel leading back to that underground chamber. Part of me has already accepted it. There's a strange comfort in inevitability, in knowing that whatever happens, I'll see Eliza again, even if only for a moment before the darkness takes us both. Sometimes, in my more lucid moments, I wonder if that's what happened to her. Did she hear the scratching too? Did the children call to her from behind the mirrors? Did she willingly drive her car off that road and into Blackwater Creek? Or was she driven to it by something no one else could see or hear? I've started keeping this journal as a record, a warning to whoever finds it. If you're reading this, then I've already gone to join my sister. Do not look for me. Do not try to solve the mystery of my disappearance. And whatever you do not go to the house on Millbrook Lane. The door may look closed, but it's always open for those it calls. The scratching has started again tonight, earlier than usual. It's not just in the walls now. It's in my head, behind my eyes, inside the marrow of my bones. And for the first time, I can make out words in the rhythm. Come home, Daniel. Come home. I think I will. After all, family should stay together. And Eliza is waiting. They found Daniel Mercer's apartment empty 3 days after he stopped showing up for work. His car was still in the parking lot. His wallet and keys were on the kitchen counter. The only unusual things the police noted were strange scratch marks on the inside of his walls, as if someone had been trying to claw their way out, and a small leather-bound journal containing this account. The house on Millbrook Lane is still for sale. According to the realtor, it has good bones. It just needs someone to love it again. The worst part about patrol logs is how insufficient they are. Words on a page can't capture the weight of silence or the way darkness breathes against your skin. They can't describe how isolation burrows into your bones after 5 weeks alone at Hollow Pines Wilderness Station. My predecessor left abruptly. I found this amusing at first. Another city person who couldn't handle the solitude. The Park Service was desperate enough to fast-track my transfer. Just temporary, my supervisor promised, until we find someone permanent for that station. Hollow Pines sits in a forgotten pocket of the National Forest, 174,000 acres of old-growth timber, ravines, and mist-covered ridges. No cell service. Radio contact twice daily with headquarters, 60 miles east. My first week, I meticulously documented everything. Wildlife sightings, weather patterns, trail conditions. By week 3, my reports grew sparse. What was there to say? Trees remained trees. Clouds formed and dissipated. The wilderness simply existed, indifferent to my presence. Tonight marks day 35. The rain started at dusk. Not the cleansing downpour I'd hoped for, but a half-hearted drizzle that taps against the metal roof like hesitant fingers. I'm at my desk reviewing topographical maps when something catches my attention. A sound beneath the rain, rhythmic, deliberate. 3 soft impacts, then nothing. I wait, pen suspended above my logbook. There it is again. Tap, 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 like knuckles against glass. Just a branch, I mutter, but I'm already standing, flashlight in hand. The station is a glorified cabin, office space, and living quarters combined under one roof. 3 windows face the surrounding forest, now ink black beyond the porch light's feeble glow. I check each one, finding nothing but my own reflection superimposed over darkness. The radio crackles to life, making me flinch. Hollow Pine Station, this is dispatch. Over. I grab the handset. This is Hollow Pines. Go ahead. Ranger, we're tracking a weather system moving your way. Expect heavy rain and winds exceeding 40 miles per hour. Any issues to report? I glance at the window. Nothing significant. Rain started, but it's light. Copy that. Check in tomorrow at 0700. Dispatch out. The silence that follows feels thicker somehow. I decide to make a final perimeter check before turning in, pulling on my rain gear and grabbing the heavy-duty flashlight. Outside, the forest is transformed. Daylight's familiar landscape becomes alien under darkness. My light carves a tunnel through the gloom, revealing glistening bark and dripping leaves. The rain has intensified slightly, creating a white noise that muffles everything else. The maintenance shed sits 20 yards from the main building, a squat, utilitarian structure housing tools and emergency supplies. As I approach, my light catches something unusual near the door. A dark smear across the padlock. I lean closer. It's wet, viscous. My first thought is animal blood, maybe a wounded predator seeking shelter. But there's something deliberate about it, the way it's concentrated on the lock itself, not splattered randomly. A branch snaps in the woods behind me. I whirl, beam slicing through rain and darkness. Nothing moves within its reach. But beyond, just at the periphery where light surrenders to shadow, I sense movement. Not the wind through trees, but something solid displacing space. Hello! My voice sounds thin, reedy. No response, but the sensation of being watched intensifies. I back toward the station, keeping my light trained on the forest edge. Inside, I double-check the locks, trying to dismiss the unease crawling under my skin. Sleep comes fitfully, punctuated by strange dreams. I'm walking a trail I don't recognize, though somehow I know it's within my jurisdiction. The trees grow denser, their trunks twisted into unnatural configurations. I reach a clearing where the ground has been disturbed. Something has been digging, something large. At the center lies a perfect circle of bare earth. As I approach, the soil begins to bulge upward, as if something is pushing from below. I wake to darkness, heart hammering. The rain has stopped, leaving behind an unnatural quiet. My watch reads 3:17 a.m. Top, top, top. The sound is unmistakable now, deliberate, patient. Something striking glass with precise intervals between impacts. I lie frozen, listening to it move from the living room window to the bedroom, then to the small bathroom window near my head. Top, top, top. I reach for my flashlight, clicking it on with trembling fingers. The beam wavers across the ceiling as I strain to hear any movement outside. For several minutes, there's nothing. Then, faintly, the crunch of footsteps circling back toward the front of the station. The radio sits on my nightstand. I could call dispatch, but what would I say? There's something walking around my station? They'd assume wildlife, a curious bear perhaps, or more likely deer. Nothing worth disturbing their night. I ease out of bed, still clutching the flashlight, and move silently to the living room window. The porch light illuminates perhaps 15 feet of clearing before darkness reclaims the land. I scan the visible area, finding nothing unusual. Then I see it. A disturbance in the underbrush just beyond the light's reach. Something large moving parallel to the tree line, neither fully concealed nor exposed. It stops directly across from where I stand. We regard each other through layers of glass and darkness. I can't discern its shape clearly, only that it's tall, unnaturally so, and still. Completely, utterly still in a way no breathing creature should be capable of. The logical part of my brain catalogs explanations. A bear standing on hind legs, a particularly tall elk with antlers adding height, even a human visitor who's lost their way. But another part, the primitive brain that recognizes wrongness without needing details, knows better. Its stillness breaks suddenly as it retreats into the forest. I watch the underbrush sway in its wake, marking its path until even that evidence vanishes. Sleep is impossible after that. I sit at my desk with a mug of coffee, reading through old patrol logs by lamplight. My predecessor's entries started professionally enough. Detailed observations about trail conditions, wildlife sightings, routine maintenance tasks. But the final week shows a change. His handwriting deteriorates, becoming jagged and rushed. The content shifts too. Day 47. Found another tree with markings. Same pattern as before. Not wildlife. Too precise. Too deliberate. Day 49. Noises at night continuing. Not natural. Called HQ again. They say it's just forest sounds. I'm getting cabin fever. Maybe they're right. Day 51. It's watching the station. I can feel it. Don't know what it wants. The final entry, dated 3 days before his departure, contains just 4 words. It knows I'm alone. Morning brings watery sunlight and forced rationality. I busy myself with tasks, checking trail markers, clearing drainage ditches swollen from the rain, maintaining equipment. Every sound makes me flinch, but the day passes without incident. By evening, I've almost convinced myself that stress and isolation manufactured last night's events. Then I find the footprints. They circle the entire station. A single set following the exact path I imagined my nighttime visitor taking. But these aren't human prints, nor do they match any wildlife I recognize. They're roughly boot-sized but too narrow, with distinct impressions that suggest claws or hooked appendages at each toe. And they're deep, whatever made them carries significant weight. More disturbing is their precision. Each print is exactly the same distance from the building's foundation, 4 feet, as if measured. They form a perfect perimeter around my station. I photograph them, then radio headquarters. Dispatch, this is Hollow Pines. I've got unusual activity to report. Go ahead, Hollow Pines. I describe the footprints, trying to sound professional rather than paranoid. The response is predictable. Probably an animal you're not familiar with. Black bears are common in your sector. These aren't bear tracks, I insist. I've never seen anything like them. Pause. Tell you what, we'll send someone out day after tomorrow for your monthly supply drop. They can take a look then. 2 days, I repeat. Unless you classify this as an emergency? I hesitate. Is it an emergency? Strange footprints, tapping on windows, a feeling of being watched. Unnerving, yes, but emergency services require genuine danger. No, I finally respond. Not an emergency. I'll see them in 2 days. That night, I leave every light burning and position myself in the center of the main room. Chair facing the door, rifle across my lap. Hours pass. Occasionally, I catch movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turn, there's only darkness beyond the windows. At midnight, the lights flicker once, twice, then stabilize. I grip the rifle tighter, keenly aware of the generator's hum outside. If it fails, I'll be plunged into absolute darkness. 1 a.m. passes without incident. Then 2 a.m. My vigilance begins to waver, eyelids growing heavy despite my anxiety. At 3:17, exactly 3:17, the tapping begins again. Not at the windows this time, but at the door. 3 precise impacts, then silence. I raise the rifle, aiming at the center of the door. Identify yourself. I call, voice steadier than I feel. No response. Just another series of taps. Tap, 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 now against the east wall. It's moving around the building again, following the same path as the footprints. I track the sound as it circumnavigates the station, completing a full circle before returning to the door. Then comes a new sound, a long, slow scrape, as if something sharp is being dragged across the wood. The radio hisses with static, making me jump. I expect dispatch's voice, but instead hear only a wash of white noise punctuated by something that might be words. Too distorted to comprehend, spoken too quickly or in a pattern my ears can't process. The scraping at the door stops. In the sudden silence, I hear breathing, not mine, but something else's. Heavy, wet respirations just on the other side of the door. Then a smell seeps into the room. Organic decay, like vegetation rotting in stagnant water. What do you want? I whisper. The breathing stops. For one hopeful moment, I think it's gone. Then something strikes the door with tremendous force. Not a tap this time, but a blow that makes the hinges groan. The impact repeats, rhythmic and determined. Whatever's outside wants in, and the door won't hold forever. I back toward the radio, keeping the rifle trained on the increasingly dented door. Dispatch, emergency at Hollow Pines. Something's trying to break in. I need immediate assistance. Static answers me, occasionally broken by unintelligible fragments of transmission. The blows against the door intensify, with splintering around the frame. A final impact tears the top hinge free. Through the widening gap, I glimpse movement, something pale and glistening in the artificial light. Not fur or clothing, but something slick and wrong, undulating as it pushes against the failing barrier. I fire without conscious thought. The rifle's report is deafening in the confined space. Through the ringing in my ears, I hear an unnatural sound from outside. Not a cry of pain, but a resonant vibration that seems to emanate from the ground itself. The assault on the door stops. Silence falls, heavy and expectant. I chamber another round, waiting, Minutes pass without further attack. Eventually, I approach the damaged door, peering through the gap. Nothing visible in the immediate vicinity, but the porch light has gone out, limiting my view to what my flashlight can illuminate. Something dark and viscous drips from the splintered wood, similar to what I found on the shed's padlock, but greater in quantity. It has an iridescent quality, shifting colors under my light, blues and greens and hues I struggle to name. I spend the remainder of the night in a corner with maximum visibility of all entry points, rifle ready. Dawn arrives with merciful normality. Birdsong, brightening sky, familiar forest sounds replacing night's alien acoustics. With daylight comes determination. I need answers before nightfall. My predecessor clearly experienced something similar, and the pattern suggests escalation. I need to understand what's happening. The station keeps archives of regional history, folklore, and incident reports, standard reference materials for all backcountry outposts. I've barely glanced at them until now, focusing instead on maps and regulations. I pull out everything available, searching for anything relevant to unusual occurrences in Hollow Pines. Most materials offer nothing useful: standard ecological surveys, tourist pamphlets, maintenance records. But in a water-stained folder labeled Historical Incidents, I find something disturbing. Every 12 years, almost to the month, Hollow Pine Station reports unusual occurrences. Staff describes similar experiences: noises at night, unexplained tracks, feelings of being watched. 3 occasions resulted in ranger disappearances. The most recent was 36 years ago, 3 cycles. The station was temporarily decommissioned afterward, reopening only 8 years ago with seasonal staffing. I'm the first permanent assignment in decades, and I arrived exactly 12 years since the station resumed operations. The reports reference local folklore, stories from indigenous tribes who once inhabited this region. They believed these woods housed a spirit that renewed itself through human vessels. Every 12 years, when celestial alignments weakened the boundaries between worlds, it would seek a new host. Tribes avoided this area during those periods. When white settlers ignored warnings and built here, they experienced a pattern of disappearances and strange phenomena. Eventually, even they recognized the cycle and abandoned permanent settlement, using the land only for limited logging and hunting outside the dangerous season. The station's clock reads 4:38 p.m. Sunset comes early in these mountains. I have perhaps 2 hours of daylight remaining. The supply team won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon. I radio headquarters. Dispatch, requesting immediate evacuation from Hollow Pines. Station security has been compromised. Possible dangerous wildlife or hostile human presence. This time, they take me seriously. Copy that, Hollow Pines. Will dispatch emergency personnel. ETA approximately 3 hours. Secure yourself in the station and maintain radio contact. 3 hours. After sunset. Too late. I gather essentials in a backpack: water, first aid kit, emergency rations, extra ammunition. My vehicle sits behind the station, rarely used since most patrol routes are accessible only by foot or ATV. If I leave now, I can reach the main road before dark. As I step outside, something immediately feels wrong. The forest has gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even wind through the trees. The air feels thick, resistant, as if gravity itself has intensified around the station. My vehicle is 20 yards away. I approach cautiously, scanning the tree line. Nothing moves, yet the sensation of being observed intensifies with each step. I reach the driver's door, keys clutched in sweating palm. Something glistens on the door handle, the same viscous substance from the station entrance. It covers the entire handle and keyhole, still wet and slightly pulsating. I back away, turning toward the ATV parked beside the maintenance shed. 2 bears the strange substance, coating the seat, handlebars, and controls. I'm being contained. The radio crackles from inside my pack. Hollow Pines, this is dispatch. Our team reports the access road is blocked by multiple fallen trees, approximately 8 miles from your position. They're attempting to clear a path, but estimate additional 2-hour delay. Please confirm receipt. I raised the radio. Received. Dispatch. Be advised, potential hostile presence still in vicinity. Recommend team approach with caution. Copy that. Maintain shelter position. Wheel. The transmission dissolves into static. I adjust frequencies, trying to re-establish contact, but hear only electronic noise punctuated by those almost words from the previous night. Sounds that resemble speech but refuse to resolve into recognizable language. The sun touches the western ridgeline, beginning its rapid descent. I retreat to the station, barricading the damaged door as best I can with a desk and bookshelf. As shadows lengthen across the clearing, I position myself in the main room with sight lines to all potential entry points. Darkness falls with unnatural speed, as if the night is eager to reclaim this place. I check my watch. 7:14 p.m. Hours until help might arrive, assuming they can clear the road. The generator hums steadily outside, powering the station's lights. I focus on that sound, using it as an anchor to reality. As long as it continues, I have light. As long as I have light, I can see what comes. At 8:23, the generator's rhythm falters, then stabilizes. A minute later, it happens again. A momentary stutter in its mechanical heartbeat. Something is interfering with it. The third fluctuation brings darkness. 1 second of total blackness before emergency backup power engages, providing dim illumination from wall-mounted safety lights. I fumble for my flashlight, clicking it on just as something heavy lands on the station roof. The impact reverberates through the ceiling, not a falling branch, but something with weight and purpose. It moves deliberately overhead, each step producing creaks in the wooden structure. I track its progress as it traverses the entire roof, finally stopping directly above me. For several heartbeats, nothing happens. Then a new sound emerges, scraping, digging. It's trying to get through the roof. I aim the rifle upward, tracking the sound as insulation begins to drift down from developing cracks. The radio in my pack comes alive with static, louder now, the almost words more urgent, almost comprehensible. Something breaks through, a small hole at first, widening as material is torn away from outside. My light catches movement in the gap. Something sinuous and pale, probing the opening like a tentacle but jointed like a finger. It retreats momentarily, then returns accompanied by others, working in concert to enlarge the breach. I fire twice into the ceiling. The appendages withdraw, and a vibration similar to last night's resonates through the station. Not quite a sound, more a physical sensation that sets my teeth on edge. The attack on the roof ceases, but I hear movement outside the windows now. A liquid, sliding progression around the building's perimeter. The emergency lights flicker, their glow diminishing by increments. My flashlight beam catches something at the window, a face pressed against the glass or something approximating a face. It lacks definition, features shifting and flowing like wax under flame. Only the eyes remain constant, deep hollows of absolute darkness that somehow still convey intent. It studies me with those empty sockets, head tilting at an impossible angle. Then it's gone, moving faster than my light can follow. The radio static changes pitch, organizing itself into patterns that almost make sense. I raise it to my ear, straining to understand. Through the electronic noise, I begin to distinguish words, or rather, a single phrase repeated with subtle variations. 12 years, waiting vessel, alone. Understanding dawns with sickening clarity. My predecessor felt it too, the watchful presence, the growing dread. He ran, left without proper notice because he sensed what was happening. Perhaps he knew about the cycle, discovered the pattern just as I have. The entity isn't trying to kill me, it's trying to take me, as if confirming my realization. The attacks on the station cease. The oppressive silence returns, punctuated only by my ragged breathing and the faint hum of emergency systems. My watch reads 9:47 p.m. The rescue team won't arrive for hours yet. I need to last until dawn at minimum. Entities like this, whether supernatural or some undocumented predatory species, typically retreat with daylight. A sound breaks the silence, soft, almost hesitant. Top, top, top. Not against window or door this time, but from within the station itself. Something is already inside, I swing my light toward the sound's origin, the hallway leading to the bedroom and bathroom. Nothing visible, but the tapping repeats, now from a different location, the kitchen area behind me.
Top, top, top.
I turn again, light revealing nothing unusual. It's toying with me, testing my defenses, my resolve. What do you want? I call into the darkened station. The radio answers with sudden clarity, no longer static but a voice that sounds almost human, yet fundamentally wrong, like someone learning speech through mechanical reproduction. Vessel. The word hangs in the air between us. Then the emergency lights die completely, leaving only my flashlight beam in absolute darkness. It moves then, not from outside, but from the shadows within the beam's reach. Darkness coalescing into substance, flowing like liquid but holding humanoid shape. It stands before me, tall and glistening, its form continuously reshaping itself while maintaining rough symmetry. The face forms last, features assembling themselves from the flowing mass, approximating human countenance without achieving it. Those eyes, though the hollow sockets, remain constant, fixed on me with palpable hunger. We regard each other across 5 feet of emptiness. My rifle hangs useless at my side. Instinct tells me conventional weapons mean nothing to this entity. It extends a limb toward me, not attacking, but offering, inviting. The radio speaks again in that almost human voice. 12 years. Waiting. You. Why me? My voice emerges as barely a whisper. Alone. Perfect. Vessel. Takes a gliding step closer. The smell intensifies. Decay and stagnation and something else. Something ancient and patient. I back away until cold wall presses against my spine. Help is coming. They'll be here soon. The entity makes a sound. Not quite laughter. More like air escaping wet stone. Others came before. Trees fall. Roads close. Always alone. The fallen trees blocking the rescue team's progress weren't accidental. This thing has been preparing, isolating me further. Its outstretched limb nearly touches my chest now. Where the flashlight beam intersects its substance, I see movement beneath the surface, currents and eddies of darker material flowing through translucent tissue. Not blood or organs, but something older, more fundamental. Join, become, eternal. My ears ring with pressure. The air between us seems to vibrate with potential energy. I feel something reaching beyond physical space. Tendrils of consciousness probing my mind, seeking access. Images flood my awareness. Ancient forests untouched by human hands. Primordial waters teeming with life forms long extinct. Celestial movements tracking eons of patient waiting. I see previous vessels, human forms moving through these woods with something else gazing out from behind their eyes. I see what happens when the merging occurs, how the human consciousness doesn't disappear but becomes subordinate, aware but unable to regain control. Horror and fascination war within me. Part of me wants to experience what it offers. Knowledge spanning millennia, perception beyond human limitation. Another part recoils from the fundamental wrongness of it, the violation of natural order. Its limb touches my chest, not physical contact, but a breach of the boundary between our separate existences. Cold spreads from the point of connection, numbing flesh and thought alike. The entity begins to flow forward, its substance seeking entry through eyes, mouth, every pore. In desperate reflex, I swing the flashlight directly into its face. The beam passes through its semi-solid form, but the entity recoils nonetheless, its shape destabilizing momentarily. It doesn't fear light itself, I realize, but direct opposition, resistance to its will. I press the advantage, stepping forward rather than retreating further. I reject you. This station, these woods, they're under my protection, not yours. The entity writhes, its form losing cohesion where my light touches it. The radio emits a high-pitched whine that might be anger or pain. Inevitable. Cycle demands. Vessel necessary. Find another. I growl, advancing another step. I am not yours to take. Something changes in its posture. Uncertainty perhaps, or recalculation. It retreats slightly, maintaining its form but keeping distance between us. Others come. You leave. Return when ready. The threat is clear. It may withdraw now, but the cycle will continue. If not me, it will seek another ranger assigned to this isolated post. The pattern will repeat every 12 years until it succeeds. Unless I end it. My predecessor ran. Others before him disappeared or fled. No one stayed to confront it directly to break the cycle. The entity relies on isolation and fear, on the temporary nature of human presence in this place. I'm not leaving, I tell it, voice stronger now, and I won't let you take anyone else. This cycle ends now. The entity ripples with what might be amusement or disdain. Cannot end. Older than forest, older than mountains, will remain when your bones dust. Maybe, but you need a vessel, and you won't get one here anymore. I reach for my pack, keeping the light trained on the entity, and withdraw the emergency flare I always carry. Understanding registers in those hollow eyes as I remove the cap. Destroy shelter. Forest remains. I remain. But you'll have to start over. Find a new territory, establish a new cycle. How many decades before you're ready again? How much energy will that cost you? It surges forward suddenly, not trying to possess now, but to stop what I'm about to do. I strike the flare against the wall, igniting it with a burst of chemical brightness that fills the station with harsh red light. The entity shrieks, a sound like wind through shattered glass, as it retreats from the flare's intensity. I advance, using the burning magnesium to herd it toward the broken door. Leave, I command. Find somewhere else, somewhere far from human habitation. It gathers itself at the threshold, form pulsating with what I sense is rage rather than fear. The radio crackles one final time. We'll remember. We'll return. Cycle continues. Then it's gone, flowing into the night like ink dispersing in water, leaving behind only the lingering smell of decay and a profound, unnatural silence. I don't lower the flare until I'm certain of its departure. Then I methodically gather remaining combustible materials, maps, logbooks, furniture, and build a pyre in the center of the main room. The station must go. As long as it stands, it will draw others here. Someone else will be assigned eventually, and the entity will return, patient and hungry. As flames begin to consume the structure, I retreat to a safe distance. The fire grows quickly, decades-old timber eager to burn. I watch until the roof collapses, until nothing remains but a beacon of defiance against the darkness. Hours later, I hear vehicles approaching. The delayed rescue team finally arriving to find me seated on a boulder overlooking the smoldering ruins. They have questions, of course. Many questions. I tell them about electrical faults, about wildlife attempting to breach the station, about my desperate choice to burn it rather than let it become a hazard. I mention nothing about 12-year cycles or entities seeking vessels or voices through the radio. In my official report, I strongly recommend against rebuilding Hollow Pines Station. I cite environmental concerns, maintenance costs, limited strategic value. I request permanent decommissioning of the outpost. But in the patrol log, my final entry before the fire claimed it, I wrote the truth. For anyone who might someday read it, for anyone who might someday feel watched in these woods, it will return. The cycle continues. But now we know. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps knowledge itself is protection. Or perhaps, 12 years from now, someone else will stand against the darkness, keeping vigil in the Hollow Pines. I only know I won't be here to see it. Some boundaries, once seen, can never be uncrossed. Some knowledge changes you permanently. I submitted my resignation this morning, but sometimes, in my dreams, I still hear it. Top, top, top. The first time I heard it, I dismissed it as wind through the pines. The second time, I blamed a distant coyote. By the third night, I knew better. Nothing natural makes that sound. I've been stationed at Blackwater Ridge for 7 years now. The most remote outpost in the Cascade Mountain Wilderness area. It's where senior rangers go either by choice or punishment. For me, it was the former. After 15 years of tourist questions and parking violations at the more accessible parks, I craved solitude. Up here, the nearest human settlement is Elkhorn, a 4-hour drive down treacherous mountain roads. During winter months, that journey becomes impossible without specialized equipment. October had arrived with an unseasonable cold snap. The aspens turned early, their golden leaves carpeting the forest floor 3 weeks ahead of schedule. Wildlife patterns shifted accordingly. Deer migrating sooner, bears frantically gorging before hibernation. Nature felt rushed, anxious. My cabin sits on the northwestern edge of Ghost Lake, a 6-mile stretch of obsidian water, so named for the persistent mist that hovers above its surface. The radio crackles only intermittently with check-ins from Central Dispatch. Most days I spoke to no one. This morning began like any other. I woke before dawn, made coffee on my wood stove, and reviewed yesterday's field notes. The temperature had dropped to 27 degrees overnight, leaving frost patterns on my windows. I dressed warmly, thermal layers beneath my uniform, heavy boots, ranger hat pulled low over my ears. My morning patrol took me along the eastern ridge. For miles of checking trail markers, noting animal tracks, and scanning for illegal campsites. I found none of the latter, just a red-tailed hawk's feather and peculiar scratch marks on a stand of birch trees. Too uniform to be bear, too high for deer. I photographed them, made a note, and continued. Midday, I reached Holloway's Hollow, a geological depression where 3 ridgelines converged. Something about the hollow always unnerved me. The wind died there, trapped by the surrounding hills. The silence felt weighted, deliberate. Today, I noticed something different. A scattering of small animal bones arranged in what appeared to be a pattern. Not random, placed. I knelt to examine them. Rabbit, squirrel, maybe marmot. Bleached white as if they'd been there for seasons. Yet I'd walked this exact spot last week and seen nothing. The bones formed a rough circle approximately 3 feet in diameter. Inside the circle, pine needles had been cleared away, exposing dark soil imprinted with what looked like symbols. Crude lines and curves I didn't recognize. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept along my spine. Rangers develop instincts about their territories. This felt wrong. Human activity, but not the usual kind. Not hunters or campers or even those idiotic paranormal investigators who occasionally trespassed with their night vision cameras and EVP recorders. This felt older. I photographed the site, collected a few of the bones as evidence, and radioed it in as a possible case of wildlife disturbance, though I knew that description fell short. Sarah at dispatch promised to log it but sounded distracted. Budget meetings in progress, she explained. I didn't push it. As I turned to leave, I noticed the birds had gone quiet. The forest, always alive with chirps and calls, had fallen silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The emptiness of sound pressed against my eardrums like a physical presence. That's when I heard it for the first time. A low, undulating moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It rose in pitch, wavered, then descended into something like a chuckle. If wind could laugh, it might sound like that. But there was no wind. I spun around, hand instinctively moving to my sidearm. Standard issue, rarely used except for putting down injured animals. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding thin and ineffectual. "This is Ranger Marshall. Identify yourself." Nothing answered but the sudden, discordant eruption of birdsong, as if every creature in the vicinity had simultaneously decided to break their silence. I returned to my cabin unsettled but rational. The wilderness plays tricks. Sound carries strangely in valleys. Perhaps geological settling, underground water movement. I wrote up my report, ate a simple dinner, and crawled into bed earlier than usual, exhaustion settling into my bones like sediment. The second day began with fog so thick I could barely see the lake from my porch. It crept between the trees, transforming familiar landmarks into looming shadows. My coffee tasted bitter, metallic. I poured it out and made another cup with fresh water from my filtration system. Same result. The radio remained silent despite my morning check-in. Power issues from the storm last night, I reasoned. We'd been forecast high winds, though I'd slept through any disturbance. The only evidence was a single tree branch on my roof, which I removed before starting my southern patrol route. 2 miles in, I found more bone arrangements. 3 circles this time, each larger than yesterday's. The symbols in the soil had deepened, as if someone had returned to carve them more deliberately. A vertebral column, deer by the look of it, had been placed vertically in the center of the largest circle, balanced impossibly on its smallest point. As I photographed it, my camera's battery died despite being fully charged that morning. My backup battery was similarly drained. I sketched the scene in my notebook instead, hands shaking slightly as I rendered the details. The silence descended again, more profound than before. No birdsong preceded it this time. One moment the forest breathed its normal sounds. The next, absolute stillness. The moaning came again, longer, more articulated. It shaped itself around almost words, like someone speaking backwards through water. "Who's there?" I called, drawing my weapon this time. "This is federal land. Identify yourself immediately." The sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a rustling in the underbrush about 20 yards ahead. I advanced cautiously, firearm aimed at the movement. A deer emerged. No, not emerged. It was pushed. It stumbled into the clearing, legs buckling unnaturally. Even from my distance, I could see its eyes were missing, the sockets packed with what looked like dark earth and pine needles. It staggered forward, head swinging blindly, then collapsed. Its chest still rose and fell with labored breathing. I approached slowly, training dictating I should euthanize the suffering animal. Before I could decide, the deer convulsed violently, its mouth opening in a silent scream. Black soil poured from its throat, more than seemed possible for its body to contain. It continued emptying itself, impossibly, until it deflated like a punctured balloon, skin collapsing around its skeleton. I fired a shot into what remained of its head, though I knew it was already dead. The gunshot echoed unnaturally long, bouncing between the hills, multiplying rather than fading. When it finally quieted, I heard soft laughter behind me. I whirled around. Nothing but trees and fog. I didn't sleep that night. The radio remained dead despite my attempts to report the incident. My satellite phone showed no signal. Even my emergency beacon failed to light up when tested. I was alone with whatever stalked the woods. Near midnight, I heard scratching at my door. Gentle at first, like branches in the wind, then more insistent. Rhythmic, deliberate. 3 scratches, pause. 3 scratches, pause. I sat frozen in my chair, rifle across my lap, staring at the door handle as it ever so slightly jiggled. "Park Service," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. "Identify yourself." The scratching stopped. Something heavy dragged itself across my porch, around the perimeter of the cabin. I tracked the sound with the barrel of my rifle, moving from window to window. Nothing visible in the darkness. The sound circled back to my door. A soft thud, as if something had been placed against it. Then receding footsteps, too many in sequence to be human, like a creature with multiple legs. I waited until dawn before opening the door. On my welcome mat lay a perfect imprint of my own face rendered in black soil and white bone fragments. The eye sockets were hollow, the mouth open in a silent scream. The bones forming the teeth looked human. My third day was spent trying to leave. I packed essential gear, locked the cabin, and began the 8-mile hike to where my truck was parked at the ranger station. The normally clear trail kept shifting. Landmarks I'd known for years appeared in the wrong places. The sun moved erratically across the sky, sometimes jumping positions when I blinked. After 6 hours of walking, I somehow ended up back at my cabin. The bone arrangement on my porch had grown, expanded. It now formed a complete skeleton, assembled from mismatched animal parts. The skull remained my face, but with antlers sprouting from the crown. The ribcage contained something dark and pulsing. I fled in the opposite direction, abandoning the trail altogether. The forest grew denser the further I ran, trees crowding closer, branches reaching like arms. The ground became soft, marshy. Each step sank deeper than the last. Night fell in an instant. One moment afternoon sun filtered through leaves. The next, complete darkness. My flashlight worked but illuminated nothing beyond a few feet ahead. The beam seemed absorbed by the darkness rather than penetrating it. The moaning began again, now from multiple directions. Ahead, behind, beside me, different pitches overlapping, harmonizing into a chant-like rhythm. I couldn't run anymore. The ground had become too soft, sucking at my boots with each step. I struggled forward, using trees for support. I reached Holloway's Hollow without meaning to. The depression now contained a perfect circle of those bone arrangements, 13 of them evenly spaced. At the center burned a fire that cast no light beyond its immediate perimeter. Beside the fire stood a figure. It had the general shape of a person but moved wrong, joints bending in impossible directions. It wore what looked like a ranger uniform, tattered and soil-stained. When it turned toward me, I saw its face, or rather, the absence of one. Just smooth, bark-like skin stretched over a skull-like protrusion. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. It tilted its head at an angle that would snap a human neck. The moaning sound emanated from it, but not from where a mouth should be, from its entire body vibrating with the sound. It extended a hand. Too long, too many joints in the fingers. In its palm lay a small carved figurine made of bone, a tiny ranger, hat and all. With its other hand, it pointed to an empty space in the circle, a space just my size. I understood then. The Hollow wanted a ranger, had always wanted one. The bones, the arrangements, previous occupants of my position who had answered its call. How many had there been? How long had this ritual been playing out? I raised my rifle, fired until the magazine emptied. The bullets passed through the figure harmlessly, impacting trees beyond. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, just waited, hand extended. I ran. Somehow my legs found solid ground. I crashed through underbrush, abandoning all ranger training about leaving no trace. Behind me, the moaning grew louder, changed rhythm. The sound of pursuit, multiple sets of footfalls moving in coordination. I reached Ghost Lake and didn't hesitate. I plunged into the freezing water, swimming desperately toward the center. The cold seized my muscles almost immediately, but fear propelled me forward. 50 yards out, I looked back. They lined the shore, dozens of figures in ranger uniforms, different heights, different builds, all without faces, all moaning that terrible sound. One by one, they stepped into the water. They didn't swim. They walked, submerging beneath the surface but continuing forward. I could see their shapes moving beneath the black water, closing distance. I couldn't outswim them. I took a deep breath and dove, hoping to change direction underwater and confuse them. The lake was deeper than I'd realized. I kicked downward, and the water grew warmer rather than colder. Light emanated from below, not sunlight, something artificial. Air burning in my lungs, I surfaced. I found myself in a cave. A lantern burned on a natural stone shelf. The walls were covered in the same symbols I'd seen in the soil circles. Bones hung from the ceiling on thin sinew threads, clicking together like macabre wind chimes. Against the far wall stood a desk with a logbook open upon it. I approached cautiously, lifting the lantern. The book contained entries, hundreds of them. The earliest dates went back to 1892, the establishment of the first ranger outpost. Each entry began the same way. I have been chosen to serve the Hollow. The last entry was dated 1 year ago, the handwriting shaky but legible. I can't fight it anymore. The Hollow needs a ranger, a guardian, a vessel. I thought I was studying the phenomenon, but I was being prepared. My replacement arrives tomorrow. Marshall, poor soul. The cycle continues. My predecessor's name was signed at the bottom. I recognized it, the ranger who had trained me, who had specifically requested me for this post, who had disappeared on a routine patrol, his body never found. A splashing sound came from the water behind me. They had found the entrance. I have barricaded myself in a small side chamber of the cave. I found paper, a pen. I'm writing this account with the last of the lantern oil. I can hear them outside, scratching at the rock, moaning their terrible song. I understand now. The Hollow is ancient, hungry. It doesn't just want a ranger, it wants to wear one, to use the authority, the uniform, to lure others. It's been doing this for generations, each ranger becoming part of the collective that serves it. The scratching has stopped. They've found another way in. Soil pours through cracks in the ceiling, forming piles that shift and take shape. The moaning surrounds me now, inside my head. I'm out of ammunition, out of options. If you're reading this, you're my replacement. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The Hollow needs a ranger. And now I think I'm becoming one. The recorder started to play backward on its own. Just like that, the small red light blinked on, and the cassette began to spin in reverse. I froze, watching my grandmother's voice distort and stretch into unrecognizable sounds, like language being pulled apart and reassembled wrong. The temperature in my study dropped so quickly I could see my breath cloud in front of my face. I had been transcribing her oral history tapes for 3 weeks now. Graham had recorded dozens of cassettes before she died, cataloging family stories she feared would be lost. I'd volunteered to convert them to digital files, partly out of respect for her meticulous documentation, partly because I needed the distraction. The divorce had left me hollow, and the new apartment still felt like someone else's space. Too quiet, too angular. The tapes filled the silence. But now the machine whirred with a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache, the spools turning faster than they were designed to move. When I reached out to stop it, the plastic casing felt ice-cold against my fingertips. The machine clicked off before I could press any buttons. Silence filled the room again, but different now. Attentive, as if the air itself had turned to listen. I shook my head, blaming exhaustion. It was nearly midnight, and I'd been working since dinner. The building was old, over a century, according to the real estate listing, and the wiring was temperamental at best. Power surges happened. Electronic malfunctions were common. Nothing supernatural about that. "Time for bed," I murmured, my voice sounding wrong in the stillness. I shut down my laptop and gathered the scattered tapes, placing them in the cardboard box I'd found them in. As I turned off the desk lamp, the light in the hallway flickered 3 times in rapid succession. Just old wiring, I reminded myself. Nothing more. I woke to the sound of shuffling, soft, persistent, like someone dragging slippered feet across carpet. My eyes flew open, heart hammering against my ribs. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m., its green numbers the only source of light in the pitch-black bedroom. The shuffling stopped. I lay perfectly still, ears straining. My apartment was on the 4th floor. No one could be walking around. I lived alone. The sound resumed, closer now, just outside my bedroom door. A rhythmic scrape-paw scrape, like someone pacing with an uneven gait. "Hello!" My voice cracked, barely audible. The shuffling halted again. The silence that followed was worse, expectant, as if something waited for me to speak further. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling. The screen flashed to life, and in its blue glow, I saw that the bedroom door, which I distinctly remembered closing before going to bed, now stood partially open. A slice of deeper darkness visible through the gap. The shuffling started again, receding now, moving back toward the study where I'd been working on the tapes. With shaking hands, I turned on the bedside lamp and swung my legs over the edge of the mattress. The floor felt unnaturally cold through my socks. My mouth was dry, pulse throbbing in my temples. "It's nothing," I whispered to myself. Old building, settling sounds. But the apartment was only settling in one specific way, like footsteps moving with purpose. I forced myself to stand, grabbing the baseball bat I'd started keeping under the bed after moving to this unfamiliar neighborhood. The weight of it offered little comfort as I approached the bedroom door and peered into the darkened hallway. Nothing moved in the shadows, but something felt wrong about the air, heavier somehow, as if the oxygen had thickened. Each breath required more effort than it should. The door to my study was closed. I was certain I'd left it open. My hand hovered over the doorknob, reluctance battling curiosity. The metal felt abnormally cold, almost burning against my palm when I finally grasped it. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing my study exactly as I'd left it. Almost. The box of cassette tapes sat open on my desk, though I clearly remembered closing it. And my recorder, which should have been beside the box, now rested in the center of the room on the floor, its record button glowing red in the darkness. I hadn't left it recording. I hadn't left it on the floor. As I stared, the machine clicked, stopping itself. The red light died. "Hello!" I called again, louder this time, anger beginning to override fear. If someone was playing games, I wanted it to stop. "This isn't funny." My voice echoed strangely, as if the room were much larger than its actual dimensions. When the echo faded, the silence pressed in again, thick as cotton. I crossed the room in 3 quick strides and snatched up the recorder. The case was ice cold, just like before. When I ejected the cassette, I found it was one I hadn't yet listened to, labeled simply Winter 1953 in my grandmother's neat handwriting. The tape had been rewound to the beginning, ready to play. My thumb hovered over the play button. Something warned me not to press it, some primal instinct screaming danger. But rationality won out. It was just a tape, just my grandmother's voice. What harm could come from listening? I pressed play. At first, nothing but the soft hiss of magnetic tape. Then my grandmother's voice, much younger than I'd ever known her. December 18th, 1953. I'm not sure why I'm recording this. No one will believe me, but I need to document what's happening before I convince myself it isn't real. Her voice sounded frightened. Nothing like the confident woman who had raised me after my parents died. It started 3 nights ago. The footsteps, always at the same time, 3:17 in the morning. Always the same pattern. Shuffle, pause, shuffle. Like something dragging itself across the floor. My blood turned to ice. The same sound that had woken me, at the exact same time. At first, I thought it was my imagination. Grief does strange things to the mind, and after losing Thomas so suddenly, but then I saw it. Just a glimpse in the hallway mirror. Not my reflection. Something else wearing my face, distorted somehow. Its eyes were wrong. All wrong. The recording hissed with static, growing louder until it nearly drowned out her voice. When it cleared, she was mid-sentence. Gets colder each night. The electrician found nothing wrong with the wiring, but the lights won't stop flickering. And the recorder, it turns itself on, plays backwards sometimes. I hear voices in the static that shouldn't be there. My voice, saying things I never recorded. A high-pitched whine cut through the tape, making me flinch. When my grandmother's voice returned, it sounded different. Strained. Frightened in a way that made my skin crawl. It's in the house now. It knows I'm alone. I can feel it watching, even when I see nothing. Last night, I woke to find every faucet running, water overflowing onto the floors, and writing on the bathroom mirror, backwards letters I could only read in the reflection. "I remember you." The tape clicked, ending abruptly. I stood frozen, the recorder clutched in my trembling hands. The study had grown impossibly cold while I listened, my breath clouding before my face. A shuffling sound started in the hallway behind me. I turned slowly, dread pooling in my stomach. The hallway stretched empty and dark before me. But on the wall, where no mirror had hung before, I saw my reflection. Except the eyes were wrong, all wrong, and it was smiling when I was not. Morning came with watery sunlight and rational explanations. I'd fallen asleep at my desk while working late. That explained the strange dreams about the recorder playing backward and the midnight footsteps. I'd been immersed in my grandmother's stories for weeks. Naturally, my subconscious had woven them into nightmares. The mirror I'd seen in the hallway had been a trick of light reflecting off the glass balcony door. Nothing supernatural. Yet as I made coffee, I couldn't shake the uneasiness that clung to me like cobwebs. Something felt subtly wrong in the apartment. Proportions slightly off, shadows lingering where they shouldn't. The air remained unusually cold despite the thermostat reading 72 degrees. I carried my mug to the study, determined to continue my work in the clarifying light of day. The box of tapes sat exactly where I remembered placing it, closed as it should be. The recorder rested beside my laptop, not on the floor where my dream had placed it. Normal. Everything was normal. I settled at the desk and pulled out the next tape in sequence, labeled Spring 1954, not Winter 1953. I frowned, searching through the box for the tape from my dream, but found nothing with that label. Relief washed over me, just a dream after all. I slotted the Spring 1954 tape into the recorder and pressed play, expecting my grandmother's familiar stories about garden parties and neighborhood gossip. Instead, I heard static, then a voice that made me knock over my coffee mug, sending dark liquid cascading across my notes. I told you not to listen. My grandmother's voice, but wrong, stretched and distorted. Now it knows you're here. Now it remembers you too. The recorder clicked off by itself. Coffee dripped from the edge of the desk to the floor in a steady rhythm. Drip, pause, drip, like shuffling footsteps. My hands shook so badly I could barely eject the tape. When I examined it, the label now read Winter 1953 in handwriting that wasn't quite my grandmother's. The letters slightly too angular, pressed too deeply into the paper. The coffee had soaked through my notes, but as I moved to clean up the mess, I noticed something impossible. Where the liquid had touched the paper, words were appearing that I hadn't written. Backward text becoming legible as it soaked through. I remember you. I stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. This couldn't be happening. I was still asleep, still trapped in the nightmare. A sharp pain as I pinched my arm. Not dreaming. The overhead light flickered 3 times, then stabilized. From somewhere in the apartment, I heard water running. The bathroom sink. Each step toward the bathroom required tremendous effort, as if the air had thickened to molasses. The hallway seemed longer than it should be, stretching beyond its physical dimensions. The sound of running water grew louder. When I finally reached the bathroom door, I found it slightly ajar, steam escaping through the gap, though I hadn't used hot water that morning. Pushed it open. The sink faucet was running full blast, hot water filling the basin and spilling over the edges. The mirror above it was completely fogged, except for a single clear spot in the center where someone had wiped the condensation away. Through this window in the fog, I could see not my own reflection, but my grandmother's face as a young woman, her expression frozen in terror. As I watched, paralyzed, her lips moved. No sound emerged, but I could read the words clearly. It's too late. It's coming through. Her image rippled like disturbed water, then dissolved into fog again. As the mist cleared from the mirror's surface, my own reflection gradually appeared, but something was wrong with my eyes. The pupils had expanded to consume the iris entirely, black holes in my face. And I was smiling when I could feel my real lips pressed into a horrified line. I stumbled backward, slamming into the hallway wall. The impact knocked a framed photo to the floor, glass shattering. The sound broke my paralysis, and I fled back to the study, desperate to escape whatever was happening. The recorder was playing again when I entered, though I'd left it off. My grandmother's voice poured from the speakers, mixed with static and a low, rhythmic thumping like a heartbeat. It lives in reflections, in recordings, in the spaces between seconds. I thought I'd trapped it in the tapes, but it was waiting, always waiting. It wears your face when you're not looking, speaks with your voice when you're silent. And now it's found you. I lunged for the recorder, fingers scrambling to silence the terrible voice. As I touched it, electricity arced between my skin and the plastic casing, a blue spark that burned. The recorder went silent, but the damage was done. I could feel something different in the apartment now, an awareness that hadn't been there before, watching from every reflective surface. My grandmother had known about this thing, had tried to warn me through her recordings. What had she called it in the tape? The thing that lived in reflections, in recordings, in the spaces between seconds. I needed to learn more, to understand what I was facing. But the rational part of my mind still fought against acceptance. Ghosts weren't real. Possession wasn't real. There had to be a logical explanation, carbon monoxide, perhaps, or a gas leak causing hallucinations. I grabbed my phone to call the building superintendent about checking the detectors, but the screen showed only static when I turned it on. In the snow of pixels, shapes moved that looked disturbingly like faces in agony. The phone rang in my hand. An incoming call from a number listed simply as 1953. My thumb hovered over the green answer button. Something told me that answering would be a terrible mistake, that it would open a door that couldn't be closed again. But I needed answers. I pressed accept and raised the phone to my ear. Hello! My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Nothing but static for several seconds. Then words emerged, fragmented and distorted. Don't let it see your face. Who is this? I demanded, fear making my voice sharp. More static, building to a crescendo, then clarity. Your grandmother tried to contain it. In the tapes, in the mirror. But you've been listening, haven't you? Digitizing, converting, opening doors. What are you talking about? Who is this? A sound like laughter, but wrong. Too many voices layered together, some too high, some impossibly deep. Check the last recording, the one she never labeled. The call ended, leaving me standing in the suddenly silent apartment, phone clutched in my trembling hand. Outside my window, I noticed for the first time that no birds sang. No traffic sounds penetrated from the street below, as if the entire world beyond my walls had ceased to exist. I returned to the box of tapes with dread pooling in my stomach. At the very bottom, beneath all the neatly labeled cassettes, lay a single unmarked tape. The plastic casing was different from the others, older, slightly yellowed with age. I had assumed it was blank, set aside for later recording. Now I knew better. My hands shook so badly I could barely load it into the machine. Everything in me screamed not to play it, but I pressed the button anyway. Static filled the room, louder than should have been possible from the small speakers. Within the white noise, I could almost make out words, whispers at the edge of comprehension. The temperature plummeted until I could see my breath hanging in the air before me. Then silence, so abrupt it felt like pressure against my eardrums. My grandmother's voice emerged from the recorder, but not as I'd ever heard her speak. The words came slowly, mechanically, as if being forced out against her will. If you're listening to this, I've failed. It escaped. I tried to bind it to this tape, to this mirror, the sound of glass being tapped. But such things cannot be contained forever. It feeds on fear, on memory, on the electrical impulses of thought itself. It wore my husband's face after he died, spoke with his voice, knew things only he could know, but it wasn't him. It has never been any of them. A long pause, filled only with the sound of labored breathing. I've learned its rules. Cannot cross certain boundaries without invitation. Recordings, reflections, dreams, these are its doorways. If you're hearing this, you've already opened the first door by playing the tapes. Just watching you now, learning your face, your voice, your movements. Soon it will wear you like a mask. Another pause, then her voice dropped to a whisper. There's only one way to stop it. You must. The tape cut to static so loud I clapped my hands over my ears. When it cleared, the voice that emerged was no longer my grandmother's. It was mine, but wrong, stretched and hollow, like an echo from a vast empty space. Too late. I remember you now. The recorder clicked off on its own. In the silence that followed, I heard it again, the shuffling footsteps in the hallway, moving toward the study door. Shuffle, pause, shuffle. The doorknob began to turn. I fled. There's no pride in admitting it, but when the study door began to open, revealing nothing but darkness beyond, darkness that should have been impossible in the midday light, I ran. Out the balcony door, down the fire escape, into the street still wearing my pajamas and one sock. The building superintendent found me huddled in the lobby, shivering despite the warm day. When I babbled about cold spots and haunted tapes, he smiled kindly and mentioned that old buildings played tricks on the mind. Nevertheless, he agreed to check my apartment for gas leaks or carbon monoxide. We found nothing unusual. The bathroom mirror reflected our faces normally. The recorder sat silent beside my laptop. Even the unmarked tape appeared to be completely blank when we played it. Nothing but the soft hiss of unused magnetic film. I felt foolish, embarrassed by my panic. The superintendent suggested I might be working too hard, that grief did strange things to the mind. I had mentioned my grandmother's recent passing, after all. I agreed, thanked him for his help, and promised to get more rest. The relief on his face was evident as he left me alone in the apartment that suddenly seemed perfectly normal again. Except for one thing. While the superintendent had been checking the bathroom fixtures, I'd noticed something in the mirror, just for a moment, just from the corner of my eye. His reflection had blinked out of sync with him. Now, alone again, I sat at my desk staring at the box of tapes. Rational explanations fought with mounting dread in my mind. I hadn't slept well since moving in. The stress of the divorce, the lonely nights in a new place, the immersion in my grandmother's stories. All of it could explain the hallucinations. But it didn't explain the unmarked tape that now sat on top of the pile when I'd left it at the bottom. It didn't explain why the digital clock on my microwave now read 3:17 regardless of the actual time. And it certainly didn't explain the wet footprints I discovered leading from the bathroom to my bedroom. Footprints too small to be mine, too large to be a child's. Night fell too quickly, darkness gathering in the corners of rooms that seemed subtly changed. Dimensions slightly altered, distances between walls not quite what they should be. I avoided reflections, covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. When exhaustion finally drove me to bed, I double-checked all locks, drew the curtains tight, and placed the baseball bat beside my pillow. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by sounds just at the edge of hearing. Scratch of nails on walls, creak of floorboards bearing weight, and always that shuffling step moving back and forth outside my door. 3:17 a.m. arrived with the abrupt clarity of a switched light. One moment I was drifting in uneasy dreams. The next, I was fully awake, eyes fixed on the bedroom door as it slowly swung open. Nothing visible stood in the doorway, just darkness, but I could feel it watching, could sense its hunger, a hollow, endless appetite for fear and memory and self. "What do you want?" My voice emerged as a whisper. The darkness rippled. From within it came a sound like a tape rewinding. Then my own voice answered me. "To wear you, to be you, to replace you." The darkness began to take shape, coalescing into a human silhouette that was almost my height, almost my build, but wrong in subtle ways that made my skin crawl. Its movements were jerky, mechanical, like someone learning how to operate unfamiliar machinery. It stepped into the room, and moonlight from the window fell across its face. My face, but incomplete, like a reflection in disturbed water, features sliding and reforming, never quite settling into proper alignment. "My grandmother trapped you," I said, fingers gripping the baseball bat. In the tape, the thing wearing my distorted face smiled, too wide, the corners of its mouth extending beyond natural limits. She tried, but fear cannot be recorded without being released again. Every listening is an invitation. Every reflection, a door. It took another shuffling step closer. The air around it shimmered with cold. She understood too late. "You're beginning to understand now." Its hand reached toward me, fingers elongating impossibly, stretching across the distance between us. Where its skin brushed mine, numbness spread, a cold lack of sensation that terrified me more than pain would have. I swung the bat with all my strength, passed through the figure as if through smoke, the momentum spinning me off balance. I fell hard against the nightstand, pain lancing through my ribs. The thing laughed with my voice, the sound playing in reverse then forward again. "You cannot touch me, but I can touch you, can wear you, can become you." It leaned closer, its distorted features inches from mine. In its eyes, I saw not darkness but endless reflections. My face repeated infinitely, each iteration more twisted than the last, screaming silently in an endless loop. "Your grandmother almost succeeded. Do you want to know how she fought me? Do you want to know what she discovered in the winter of 1953? Despite my terror, I nodded. I needed to know. Its smile widened further, splitting its face in an impossible grin. She learned that I cannot exist in true silence.
No recordings, no reflections.
No electricity to feed on. It gestured around the room. But where can you find such silence in this world? Where can you hide where there are no surfaces to reflect, no devices to whisper through? Understanding dawned with horrible clarity. My grandmother had lived her final years in a cabin in the woods. No electricity, no running water, mirrors covered or removed. A life of intentional technological isolation that my family had attributed to grief and age. She hadn't been confused. She'd been containing it. And now, the thing said, its distorted hand reaching for my face. "You've freed me again, given me your voice, your reflection, your fear. Given me you." Its fingers brushed my cheek, cold as grave dirt. Where it touched, I felt myself becoming less somehow. Memories fading, sensations dulling. It was drawing something essential from me, replacing it with hollow emptiness. With the last of my strength, I lunged past it toward the door. My foot caught on the power cord of the bedside lamp, pulling it from the wall. In that moment of disconnection, the thing screeched, a sound like magnetic tape being shredded. Electricity, fed on electrical currents. I staggered to the apartment's circuit breaker panel in the hallway and, with trembling hands, threw the main switch. Darkness crashed down instantly, the creature's agonized howl cut off mid-scream. In the sudden silence, I could hear only my own ragged breathing and pounding heart. But the shuffling footsteps remained, moving toward me in the blackness. I fumbled my way to the front door, threw it open, and ran. That was 3 days ago. I haven't returned to the apartment, haven't dared to retrieve my grandmother's tapes or my few possessions. The thing wearing my distorted face is still there, I know, waiting in reflections, in recordings, in the spaces between seconds. I write this from a motel room 50 miles away, where I've removed the mirror from the wall and disabled the television. No recorder, no phone, no camera that might capture my image. I've taped over the reflective surface of my watch and laptop screen. But these are temporary measures. It found my grandmother after she escaped it. It will find me too. Sometimes, catching movement from the corner of my eye, I think I see it already. My reflection moving independently in the chrome edge of a lamp, in the window glass at twilight, in the black screen of my powered-down phone. I understand now what my grandmother tried to tell me through her recordings. Why she lived as she did. What she sacrificed to keep this thing contained. Tomorrow I leave for the mountains. For her cabin that still stands empty since her death. No electricity. No running water.
No mirrors.
No devices to record or play or connect. Just silence. True silence might starve it, force it back into the spaces between, or at least contain it until I can find a more permanent solution. If you're reading this, it means I failed. It means the thing that wears my face is no longer confined to tapes and reflections. It means it has found a new way out. And if that's true, then check your mirrors carefully. Look for the moment when your reflection moves just out of sync. Listen for the soft shuffle of footsteps at exactly 3:17 a.m. Because it remembers you now. It remembers everyone who reads these words. And it's coming through. I shouldn't have checked the attic. 27 years living in this house, and not once had I felt the need to venture up there. The realtor had mentioned storage space when we bought the place, but Marion and I had been more concerned with the garden and the size of the kitchen. Now Marion was gone. 6 months in the cold earth of Oakwood Cemetery, and the house had become a mausoleum of memories I couldn't bear to face. Each room held her ghost. Not literally, though God knows I wished for it sometimes. Just to see her one more time. Just to say goodbye. The creaking began 3 weeks after the funeral. At first, I attributed it to the house settling, to the old pipes, to the branches of the maple tree scraping against the siding. Reasonable explanations. But when the creaking evolved into footsteps, light, deliberate footsteps directly above my bedroom at 3:17 a.m., reason began to falter. Last night was the 3rd consecutive night of footsteps. Each night, they lasted exactly 7 minutes before stopping abruptly. Each night, they began at precisely 3:17 a.m. I know because I'd taken to staring at my alarm clock, watching the minutes tick by in glowing red digits that burned themselves into my retinas. This morning, I stood at the bottom of the narrow staircase that led to the attic, my hand trembling on the banister. The door at the top was perpetually closed, and for the first time I noticed a small brass lock on the outside. It was unlocked. Had it always been? I couldn't remember ever seeing it before. The wood groaned beneath my weight as I ascended. The air grew thick, dust motes swirling in the thin shaft of light from the hallway below. My mouth went dry. A distant voice, perhaps my own sense of self-preservation, urged me to turn back to call someone, anyone. But Marion had always teased me about my overactive imagination. "Monsters in the closet again, David?" she would say, her smile somehow both mocking and tender. I reached the landing. The door was ajar by perhaps half an inch, though I was certain I had never opened it before. A faint whiff of something acrid, not quite ammonia, not quite decay, seeped through the crack. My fingers hovered over the tarnished brass knob. The metal was ice cold despite the summer heat that permeated the rest of the house. I pushed the door open. The attic was vast, far more spacious than it had any right to be given the dimensions of our modest two-story colonial. Weak light filtered through a single circular window at the far end, illuminating particles of dust that hung motionless in the air. The space was largely empty save for a few cardboard boxes stacked in one corner and what appeared to be an old steamer trunk positioned directly beneath the window. The floor was immaculate. No footprints in the dust. No signs of disturbance. Nothing that could explain the footsteps I'd been hearing. I took a tentative step forward, then another. The floorboards did not creak. They absorbed my weight with impossible silence, as though muffled by something unseen. The temperature dropped with each step I took toward the center of the room. By the time I reached the middle, I could see my breath clouding before me, though outside it was nearly 90 degrees. When I reached the steamer trunk, I knelt beside it, running my fingers over the ornate brass hardware. The lock was missing, but the latch was fastened. I hesitated, then flipped it open. Empty. No, not empty. At the bottom lay a single photograph, face down. I reached in and retrieved it, turning it over slowly. It was a family portrait, sepia-toned and beginning to fade. A man, a woman, and a young girl stood stiffly before a house. This house, though the maple tree in the yard was just a sapling. The man wore a severe expression. The woman's face was partially obscured by motion blur, as though she had turned her head at the precise moment the photograph was taken. But it was the girl who caught my attention. She was staring directly at the camera, her eyes wide and hollow, her mouth slightly open as if caught mid-word. Written on the back in faded script, "The Merricks, 1887. My family name is Williams. We bought this house from the Hendersons in 1998. According to our paperwork, they had owned it since the 1970s. I pocketed the photograph and continued my exploration of the attic. In the far corner, partially concealed by shadow, was a door I hadn't noticed before. It was small, perhaps 4 feet tall, the kind of access door that might lead to an eave or crawl space. As I approached, the temperature plummeted further. Frost began to form on my eyelashes. My ears popped as though I were descending in an airplane. The silence became absolute, not just quiet, but the complete absence of sound. I couldn't even hear my own breathing. The door had no handle, just a small indentation where one might place their fingers to pull it open. Without conscious decision, I found myself reaching for it. The door swung inward to reveal only darkness. A darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the light from the attic behind me. I leaned forward slightly, straining to see inside. A hand shot out from the darkness, pale, impossibly thin, with elongated fingers that wrapped around my wrist with surprising strength. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. I tried to pull away, but my body would not respond. I was frozen, trapped between breaths. As the hand began to pull me toward the doorway, something shifted in the darkness. A face, or the suggestion of a face, appeared just beyond the threshold. I couldn't make out features, just the impression of deep-set eyes and a mouth stretched too wide. "David!" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, spoken directly into my mind rather than my ears. It wasn't Marion's voice. It wasn't human. The grip on my wrist tightened, and I felt myself being dragged forward inch by inch. My feet slid across the floor without resistance. My lungs burned with the need to breathe, but I remained suspended between inhalation and exhalation, caught in a moment that stretched endlessly. With supreme effort, I managed to tear my gaze away from the darkness and down to my wrist. What I saw wasn't a hand at all, but rather something that approximated one. The fingers too numerous, the joints bending in impossible directions. The skin not skin, but a translucent membrane through which I could see not bones, but something that pulsed and writhed. The paralysis broke. I wrenched my arm free and scrambled backward, falling onto the attic floor. The thing in the doorway emitted a sound, a high, keening wail that resonated not in my ears but in my molars, my sternum, the marrow of my bones. I lunged for the attic door, my feet slipping on the suddenly slick floorboards. Behind me, I heard not footsteps but a wet, sliding sound, like something heavy being dragged across tile. I didn't look back, couldn't. I made it to the door and pulled it shut behind me, fumbling with the brass lock until it clicked into place. Immediately, something slammed against the other side with enough force to make the wood bulge outward. The lock held, but a hairline crack appeared in the center of the door, from which seeped a viscous black substance that smelled of copper and rot. I stumbled down the stairs, nearly falling in my haste to put distance between myself and whatever was in the attic. In the hallway below, the lights flickered wildly, and the temperature fluctuated between burning hot and freezing cold with each step I took. I made it to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, my heart slamming against my ribs. For hours, I lay there, listening to the sounds of the house, the normal creaks and groans that had never before given me pause, now sinister in their mundanity. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I fell into a fitful sleep. I awoke at 3:16 a.m. according to the glowing digits of my alarm clock. 1 minute. I had 1 minute before the footsteps would begin again. But this time, I knew they wouldn't be confined to the attic.
3:17 Uhr nachts.
Silence. No footsteps from above. Instead, a soft scraping sound from the hallway. The doorknob to my bedroom began to turn, slowly, deliberately. I held my breath, eyes fixed on the brass knob as it rotated degree by degree. Then it stopped. The door remained closed. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. The knob began to turn in the opposite direction, rotating back to its original position. Then silence again.
Top, top, top.
Something, was knocking on my bedroom door. The sound was gentle, almost polite. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps. Who's there? I managed to croak, immediately regretting having spoken. The tapping stopped. The silence stretched, became unbearable. Marion, I whispered, hope and terror mingling in my chest. A soft laugh answered me. Not Marion's warm chuckle, but something that mimicked laughter without understanding joy. It was the sound of something trying on human emotions like ill-fitting clothes. Not Marion, came the response, the voice distorted as though spoken through water. But I can be, if you'd prefer. The doorknob began to turn again. This time, the door swung inward. The hallway beyond was empty, but the darkness there seemed thicker than it should be, more substantial. The darkness had texture, depth. It moved. I scrambled backward on the bed until my back hit the headboard. My hand fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand, fingers closing around the switch. I flicked it on. Nothing happened. The room remained shrouded in darkness save for the red glow of the alarm clock. 3:19 a.m. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. The darkness in the doorway condensed, solidified into a vaguely humanoid shape. It had no distinct features, just a suggestion of a head and limbs, like a child's drawing brought to life. Company, it replied, the words stretched and distorted. It's lonely between the walls. It took a step into the room, or rather, it surged forward in a motion that approximated a step but was too fluid, too smooth. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows, spreading in intricate patterns that resembled skeletal hands. You're not real, I said, trying to convince myself more than the entity before me. This is a dream. The shape tilted what passed for its head. Is that what you need to believe? It moved closer, now at the foot of my bed. The alarm clock flickered. 3:21 a.m. Marion believed at the end, it said conversationally, as though discussing the weather. In her hospital room, in those final moments when the morphine wasn't enough, she saw me waiting. She called out to me, thinking I was you. Rage surged through me, temporarily displacing fear. Don't you dare speak her name. The shape shimmered, its edges becoming more defined. For a fleeting moment, it assumed Marion's silhouette, the curve of her shoulders, the gentle slope of her neck. Then it melted back into featureless darkness. She's not here, it said. She's beyond my reach. But you! It extended what might have been an arm, reaching toward me. You're still between breaths. I lunged from the bed, making for the door, but the shape moved with impossible speed, blocking my path. The darkness enveloped me, not merely an absence of light, but a tangible substance that clung to my skin, seeped into my pores, invaded my lungs with each gasping breath. The world tilted. Gravity shifted. I found myself on the ceiling, looking down at my own body still on the bed, eyes wide with terror. But that wasn't right. I could feel the mattress beneath me, could see the ceiling above. Both perspectives existed simultaneously, reality folding in on itself like origami. Stop, I pleaded. Please. The darkness receded slightly, enough for me to see that I was indeed still on the bed. The shape hovered at the foot, pulsing slightly like a heartbeat. The attic door is locked, I said, grasping at some semblance of logic. You can't be here. A sound emerged from the shape. Not quite laughter, not quite sobbing. Doors and locks are for the living, it said. I exist in the space between rooms, between breaths, between heartbeats. The alarm clock flashed. 3:25 a.m. Why now? I asked. We've lived here for almost 3 decades. Why show yourself now? The shape seemed to consider this. You never looked before, it finally replied. You never listened. And it made a gesture that might have been meant to indicate Marion. She was too bright, too much light. Understanding dawned. She kept you away. Not intentionally, the shape said. Some souls naturally repel darkness. Some souls are pure. And mine isn't? The question emerged before I could stop it. The shape pulsed again. Your soul has cracks now. Grief has fractured you. Through these cracks, I can seep in. It moved closer, now hovering directly above me. I could feel its weight, though it didn't appear to touch me. A pressure that made breathing difficult, that made my ribs feel as though they might collapse inward. What do you want from me? I whispered. I told you, it replied. Company. The alarm clock. 3:29 a.m. The darkness began to thin, becoming more transparent with each passing second. The shape lost definition, its edges blurring into the ambient shadows of the room. Dawn approaches, it said, its voice growing fainter. But night always returns. With those words, it dissipated entirely, leaving me alone in my bedroom with nothing but the sound of my ragged breathing and the faint glow of the alarm clock. 3:30 a.m. I didn't sleep for the remainder of the night. I sat upright in bed, lights on, clutching a kitchen knife that I knew would be useless against whatever had visited me. When the first rays of sunrise filtered through the windows, I felt a relief so profound it brought tears to my eyes. In the harsh light of day, I could almost convince myself it had been a nightmare. Grief-induced hallucination. Sleep paralysis, perhaps. There were rational explanations. There had to be. But the photograph from the attic still rested on my nightstand. The Merricks, 1887. I studied it closer now, noting details I'd missed in the attic's dim light. The house in the background was undeniably mine, but there was something else. A figure in an upstairs window, barely visible. A smudge that might have been a trick of light or a flaw in the development process. But the longer I stared, the more it resembled a face pressed against the glass, watching the family as they posed for their portrait. I spent the day researching, The local historical society had records of the Merrick family, Arthur, Elizabeth, and their daughter Abigail. According to the archives, they had lived in my house for just under a year before tragedy struck. Elizabeth fell ill with what the documents described as a wasting disease of the mind, becoming increasingly erratic and violent before taking her own life in the master bedroom, my bedroom. Arthur and Abigail moved shortly after, and the house remained vacant for nearly a decade before new owners took possession. There was no mention of anything unusual about the house itself, no reports of strange occurrences or unexplained phenomena, just an ordinary tragedy in an ordinary home. I returned to the house as dusk approached, my research having provided more questions than answers. As I unlocked the front door, I was struck by how foreign my home suddenly felt. The familiar room's now unknown territory, potentially hostile. The day's fading light cast long shadows across the hallway. I moved through the house methodically, turning on every lamp, opening every curtain to admit what little illumination remained of the setting sun. In the kitchen, I poured myself a generous measure of whiskey, the amber liquid catching the light as it filled the glass. That's when I noticed it. A single, perfect handprint on the window above the sink. A small handprint, a child's. It hadn't been there when I left that morning. I was certain of it. I approached slowly, my own reflection growing clearer in the glass as daylight continued to fade. The handprint was on the inside of the window. Beyond my reflection, in the darkening backyard, something moved. A figure standing beneath the maple tree, small, slender, dressed in what appeared to be a white nightgown that stirred slightly, though there was no breeze. I couldn't make out a face, just the suggestion of pale features and darker hollows where eyes should be. I blinked, and the figure was gone. But the handprint remained on the window, undeniable evidence that something had been in my home while I was gone. The whiskey forgotten, I retreated to the living room, turning on the television for the illusion of company, for the comfort of human voices. Outside, night fell completely. I checked my watch. 8:43 p.m. Hours yet before 3:17 a.m. I must have dozed off despite my determination to remain awake. I jolted conscious to find the television broadcasting static, the sound a harsh whisper that filled the room. The digital clock on the cable box read 11:58 p.m. Something was different about the room. It took me a moment to identify what had changed. The photographs on the mantelpiece, dozens of them chronicling my life with Marion, had all been turned to face the wall. I rose from the couch on unsteady legs, crossing to the mantel. With trembling fingers, I turned one frame around. It was our wedding photo, but Marion's face had been scratched out of the image, the paper beneath torn and frayed as though by fingernails. I dropped the frame, backing away as it shattered on the hearth. The sound of breaking glass was abnormally loud, echoing through the house as though amplified. The echo was answered by a child's giggle, high, sweet, and coming from directly behind me. I whirled around to find nothing but empty space. But the air there was cold, so cold I could see my breath clouding before me. "Who are you?" I demanded of the empty room. "What do you want?" No answer came, but all around me the house began to change. The walls seemed to stretch and contract like lungs drawing breath. The ceiling receded upward, the floor beneath my feet softening as though I stood not on hardwood but on something organic and yielding. I stumbled toward the front door, desperate to escape. My hand closed around the doorknob, but it was hot to the touch, searing my palm. I recoiled with a cry of pain, cradling my burned hand against my chest. From upstairs came the sound of footsteps. Not the soft tread I'd heard in the attic, but heavy, deliberate steps that shook dust from the ceiling. A man's voice, deep and resonant, called out, "Abigail? Where are you hiding, child?" The voice was followed by more footsteps, now descending the stairs. I pressed myself against the wall beside the front door, hiding in the shadows as a figure appeared on the staircase. He was tall, dressed in clothing from another century, a high-collared white shirt, dark trousers with suspenders. His face was gaunt, his eyes deep-set and gleaming in the dim light. Arthur Merrick, I presumed, though he bore little resemblance to the stern man in the photograph. He paused at the foot of the stairs, his gaze sweeping the entryway. For a moment, I was certain he would see me, but his eyes passed over my hiding place without reaction. He wasn't really there, I realized. I was witnessing an echo, a moment from the past replaying itself. "Abigail," he called again. His voice edged with something that might have been concern or anger. "This game has gone on long enough." From somewhere in the house, the kitchen perhaps, came the sound of breaking glass. Arthur's head snapped toward the noise, and he moved swiftly in that direction, passing within inches of where I stood. I waited until he had disappeared into the kitchen before moving. I needed to get out, to find help, to escape whatever temporal distortion had trapped me in this nightmarish replay of past events. But as I reached for the door again, a small hand tugged at the hem of my shirt. I looked down to see a girl of perhaps 8 or 9 years, her face pale and solemn, her eyes large and dark. She wore a white nightgown, the hem of which was stained with what appeared to be mud. Abigail Merrick, the child from the photograph. "He'll find us if we go that way," she said, her voice surprisingly clear. "He always finds me eventually." Before I could respond, she took my hand, her fingers ice cold against my skin, and pulled me toward the cellar door beneath the stairs. The door I had always kept locked because the cellar flooded regularly, rendering it useless for storage. The door swung open at her touch, revealing not stairs descending into darkness, but a long corridor that stretched far beyond what should have been possible given the dimensions of the house. The corridor was lined with doors on either side, each identical to the next. "Quickly," Abigail urged, tugging me forward, "before he comes back." Against all reason, I followed her into the impossible corridor, the cellar door closing silently behind us. The air here was stale, thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic that I didn't want to identify. "Where are we going?" I whispered, afraid that Arthur might hear us despite the closed door. Abigail didn't answer immediately. She led me past door after door, occasionally pausing as though listening for something. Finally, she stopped before a door that appeared no different from the others. "In here," she said, reaching for the handle. "We'll be safe." The door opened to reveal not a room but what appeared to be the attic of my house, the same space I had explored just the day before. But there were differences. The steamer trunk was open, spilling forth children's clothing. The small access door in the corner was boarded shut, the wood around it stained dark. Abigail released my hand and moved to the center of the attic, twirling once so that her nightgown flared around her ankles. "This is where I hide," she said with a child's pride in a good secret. "Father never thinks to look here." I remained by the door, uncertain. "Abigail," I began, choosing my words carefully. "What happened to you and your family?" She stopped twirling, fixing me with a gaze too knowing for her years. "Mother went away," she said simply. "Father said she was sick, but I know the truth. The house took her, just like it's taking him." She paused, then added in a whisper, "Just like it will take you." A chill ran through me. "What do you mean, the house took her?" Abigail approached the boarded access door, placing her small palm against the stained wood. "There's a space between," she said, echoing the words of the shadow entity from the night before. "Between the walls, between the floors, between here and somewhere else. Mother found it by accident. Father sealed it away, but it doesn't matter. Finds other ways out." From somewhere below came the sound of Arthur's voice, closer now, calling his daughter's name with increasing urgency. Abigail tensed, her eyes widening with fear. "He's coming," she whispered, "and he's not alone anymore." I strained to listen, and beneath Arthur's calls I heard something else. A wet, sliding sound that raised the hair on the back of my neck. The same sound I had heard in the attic the day before. "We need to leave," I said, reaching for Abigail's hand. "Now." But she backed away from me, shaking her head. "It's too late," she said. "It's always been too late." The attic door burst open. Arthur stood in the doorway, his face contorted with rage. Behind him loomed a darkness deeper than shadow, a void that seemed to consume the light around it. "Abigail," Arthur said, his voice unnaturally calm despite his expression. "Come here." The girl whimpered but didn't move. Arthur took a step into the attic, and I noticed that his movements were stiff, mechanical, as though he were a marionette controlled by unseen strings. "Mr. Williams," Arthur said, addressing me directly, proving this was no mere echo of the past. "You've met my daughter. How lovely." His voice was wrong, layered with something else, something that made my teeth ache to hear it. The darkness behind him surged forward, engulfing him. For a moment, his form remained visible within it, like a silhouette against night sky. Then the darkness contracted, and Arthur was gone. In his place stood the shadow entity from the night before, now more defined, more substantial. It had taken on aspects of Arthur's appearance, the height, the broad shoulders, but distorted, elongated. Where a face should be was only smooth, featureless darkness. "What are you?" I managed to ask. The entity tilted its head in that now familiar gesture. "I am the house," it replied, the voice no longer attempting to mimic humanity. "I am what lives between spaces, what thrives in the cracks of reality. I am hunger and loneliness given form." It advanced into the attic, and Abigail retreated until her back was against the boarded access door. She looked at me with pleading eyes. "Help me," she whispered. The entity's head swiveled toward her with unnatural speed. "You know better than that, child," it said. "There is no help. There is only the space between." It lunged for her, darkness extending like tentacles. Abigail screamed. A high, piercing sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The boards covering the access door splintered behind her, and she fell backward into the darkness beyond. The entity paused, then turned its attention back to me. "Alone at last," it said, and I could hear the smile in its voice though it had no mouth. "Just as you've been since Marion passed. Just as you'll always be." It surged toward me. I stumbled backward, falling through the attic door and onto the landing beyond. The door slammed shut of its own accord, and I heard the lock click into place. For a moment there was silence. Then, from within the attic, came the sound of Abigail's laughter, no longer frightened but oddly triumphant. It was joined by another laugh, deeper but equally jubilant. Arthur's voice, freed from the entity's control. The house shuddered around me, plaster cracked, floorboards warped. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with increasing violence. I scrambled to my feet and fled down the stairs, through the house that was rapidly becoming something else, something alive and malevolent. The front door remained sealed, burning hot to the touch. The windows refused to break, no matter what I hurled against them. In desperation, I returned to the cellar door beneath the stairs. It opened easily under my hand, revealing not the impossible corridor but ordinary stairs descending into darkness. I had no choice. I went down. The cellar was flooded as always, ankle-deep water reflecting the beam of my flashlight. But the water was not still. It rippled and churned as though something moved beneath its surface. In the far corner, partially submerged, was a door I had never noticed before. A door identical to the access door in the attic. I waded toward it, each step sending ripples across the water that returned to me from impossible angles, as though the cellar were much larger than its physical dimensions allowed. The door was sealed with the same boards as its counterpart above, the wood stained with what I now recognized as blood. As I drew closer, I heard voices from behind the door, whispers in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. They spoke of hunger, of loneliness, of the space between worlds where things without name or form waited to be given shape by human fear. The boards began to splinter on their own, cracks spreading like veins across the surface. Water seeped through the cracks, but it flowed upward, defying gravity to crawl up the door and across the ceiling. I backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The stairs had vanished, replaced by smooth, featureless wall. The cellar had become a sealed chamber, and the water continued to rise. From beyond the splintering door came the wet, sliding sound, louder now, hungry. A thin black tendril snaked through one of the cracks, questing blindly in the air before withdrawing. The water reached my knees, then my waist. It was ice cold, numbing my lower body. I pounded against the walls, screaming for help that wouldn't come. The house had isolated me completely, had severed all connections to the outside world. The door exploded outward in a shower of rotted wood and viscous black liquid. The entity emerged, not the shadow form it had taken in the attic, but its true self, a writhing mass of darkness with too many limbs, too many eyes, its form constantly shifting and reforming as though it couldn't decide on a shape. It surged toward me through the rising water, and I had nowhere left to retreat. As it engulfed me, I heard Abigail's voice one last time, a whisper directly in my ear. "The space between breaths," she said. "That's where we live now." I'm writing this from the attic of my house, or what used to be my house. Time passes strangely here. Sometimes I look out the circular window and see my neighborhood as it was when Marion and I first moved in, young and full of hope. Sometimes I see it as it might be decades from now. The houses crumbling, nature reclaiming the land. Abigail visits occasionally, though I've come to understand she's not a ghost in the traditional sense. She's something the entity created, a lure fashioned from the memories and fears of the house's previous occupants. She speaks to me in Marion's voice now, which I find both comforting and unbearable. The entity itself is always present, always watching from the corners of my vision, from the shadows beneath furniture, from the space behind mirrors. It feeds on my fear, my grief, my lingering attachment to a life that's no longer mine. I've tried to leave countless times. Each attempt ends the same way. I find myself back in the attic with no memory of how I returned. The house has become a labyrinth, its internal geography constantly shifting, rooms appearing and disappearing, corridors extending into infinity before abruptly terminating in blank walls. There are others here besides Abigail, shadows of previous occupants trapped in their own versions of the house, their own private hells. We pass each other sometimes, like ships in fog, barely glimpsing one another before being pulled back into isolation. I've learned that the entity has existed here long before the house was built, slumbering in the soil until human habitation gave it the emotional sustenance it craves. It doesn't want to kill, death would end the feast. It wants to contain, to preserve, to feed indefinitely on the negative energy of its captives. If you're reading this, it means something of me has escaped, though I myself remain trapped. Perhaps these words will serve as warning, though I doubt it. The entity is clever. It will find new occupants, new food sources. It always does. And if you're reading this because you've moved into my house, if you found this narrative hidden in the attic or sealed within the walls, then I'm sorry. It's already too late. You're not reading these words at all. This is the entity speaking to you, wearing my voice like a mask, using my story as a lure. Listen closely. Can you hear it? The sound of footsteps above your head at 3:17 a.m. The whispers behind the walls. The voice of someone you've lost calling your name from empty rooms. That's how it begins. And it never truly ends. The space between breaths. That's where we live now. That's where you'll join us. Soon. I've been staring at the water stain on my ceiling for 3 hours and 17 minutes when it finally begins to move. Not a trick of the light. Not the shifting shadows as clouds pass over the moon. The brownish blotch, the one I've been cursing my upstairs neighbor for since I moved in, is actually crawling across the textured plaster like spilled ink on wet paper. My body won't respond. I'm paralyzed, not with fear, but with something deeper. A primal understanding that movement means acknowledgement, and acknowledgement makes it real. So I keep perfectly still, my breath caught in my throat, as the stain elongates, stretches, and begins to drip. Not downward toward my face as physics would demand, but sideways, defying gravity, seeping toward the far wall. The drops never fall. They hang suspended in the air, trembling slightly. My phone says it's 3:42 a.m. I haven't slept in 4 days. It started with the corridor. The long, narrow hallway connecting the bedroom of my newly rented apartment to the living area had always been too dark, regardless of how many lamps I placed there. The superintendent insisted the wiring was fine when I complained about the lights burning out every few days. Old building settles in weird ways, he'd mumbled, avoiding eye contact. Electrical surges happen. I'd nodded, pretending to understand, pretending I hadn't noticed how he never set foot past my doorway, how his eyes kept darting to the end of that hallway. On the 5th night after moving in, I woke to a sound that wasn't quite a sound, more like the memory of one. A soft, sliding noise, as if someone were dragging fingertips along the wall outside my bedroom. I lay frozen, listening, as it moved from one end of the corridor to the other, pausing occasionally before continuing its slow journey. When I finally gathered the courage to check, flicking on every light switch within reach, the hallway stood empty. But the wallpaper, that hideous floral pattern from the 1970s that the landlord refused to update, looked wrong. In the harsh glare of my phone's flashlight, I could have sworn the flowers had shifted position, their stems now pointing toward my bedroom rather than upward. I told myself it was exhaustion from the move, stress from starting the new job, anything rational. But now, watching that water stain move with deliberate purpose, I can no longer deny that something is terribly wrong with this place. As if triggered by my thought, the temperature plummets. My breath clouds in front of my face, and the fine hairs on my arms rise. The digital display of my alarm clock begins to flicker, the numbers scrambling before settling on 3:44, then 3:13, then 2:59. A countdown to something I don't want to reach. A noise from the hallway draws my attention. That same soft, sliding sound. Scrape, pause, coming closer. My door is closed. I know it's closed because I've taken to triple checking it before bed, along with the windows and the front door. I've developed rituals in the short time I've lived here. Salt lines at the thresholds, lights left on despite the electric bill, sleeping with my back against the wall so nothing can approach from behind. That lot of good it's doing me now. The sound stops just outside my bedroom. The silence that follows is worse than any noise could be. My entire body trembles with the effort of remaining still, sweat beating at my temples despite the frigid air. I want to scream, to run, but some instinct keeps me frozen, an ancient understanding that predators chase what flees. The water stain has reached the wall now, spreading upward and outward into a shape that's almost humanoid. Almost, but not quite. The proportions are wrong, limbs too long, head too small. It reminds me of those shadow people some insomniacs report seeing, only wet, glistening in the faint moonlight filtering through my curtains. A soft thump against my bedroom door makes me flinch. Not a knock, more like something heavy leaning against it. I squeeze my eyes shut, counting backward from 10 the way my therapist taught me for panic attacks. When I reach one, I open them again. The stain on the ceiling is gone. So is the one on the wall. My door, however, is now open a crack. I never heard it open. Cold air seeps through that narrow gap, bringing with it a smell I can only describe as mildew mixed with something metallic, like old pennies left in a damp basement. I should have listened to the barista at the coffee shop down the street. She'd gone pale when I mentioned my new address, her hand freezing mid-transaction as she handed back my change. "4th floor?" she'd asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. When I nodded, she'd pushed my money and coffee toward me with unusual haste. "Be careful in that hallway," was all she said before calling the next customer. I should have asked questions. I should have looked up the building's history before signing the too good to be true lease. But Boston's rental market is brutal, and I was desperate after the breakup with Elaine. The crack in my doorway widened slightly, not pushed by a hand or draft, but as if the door itself is quietly stretching open. My phone lights up beside me, a text message. At almost 4 a.m., with shaking fingers, I reach for it, grateful for any connection to the normal world. It's from an unknown number. They always take the 4th floor tenants first. A violent shudder runs through me. As if triggered by my movement, the door swings fully open, revealing the hallway beyond. The corridor that should be there, that ugly wallpaper, the cheap sconce lights I installed myself, the framed concert posters, is gone. Instead, there's a much longer passage stretching far beyond where my living room should be. The walls are covered in what looks like black mold, glistening wet in the dim light. The floor has been replaced by uneven wooden planks that seem to shift and breathe. And at the far end, barely visible, stands a figure. I can't make out features from this distance. Just a silhouette, unnaturally tall and thin, swaying slightly as if standing requires enormous effort, or as if it's hanging from something I can't see. My throat closes up. I try to swallow but can't. My eyes burn from staring, from not blinking, afraid of what might change in that millisecond of darkness. The figure takes a step forward. The floorboard beneath it groans. A sound too loud, too anguished to be mere wood. I swear I hear a voice in that groan, a word that might be help or run or soon. My phone buzzes again. Same unknown number. Don't look at its face. As if it can read the message too, the figure begins moving toward me, its gait uneven, jerky, like someone learning to use limbs for the first time. Each step produces that awful groan from the floorboards, and I realize with mounting horror that the hallway is getting shorter. Not because the figure is walking faster, but because the corridor itself is contracting, the far wall rushing toward me as space compresses impossibly. I need to close the door. I need to get up, cross the room, and shut out whatever's coming. But my body still won't respond properly. My limbs feel waterlogged, distant, as if I'm trying to move through gelatin. With tremendous effort, I manage to swing my legs over the side of the bed. My bare feet touch the floor, and I recoil instantly. The wood is wet, ice cold, and seems to pulse beneath my soles. But there's no time to process this new horror because the figure is halfway down the hall now, its movements becoming more fluid with each step. I lunge for the door, nearly falling as my equilibrium shifts wildly. Grabbing the edge, I throw my weight backward, slamming it shut with enough force to rattle the hinges. My trembling hands fumble with the lock before I remember, with sickening clarity, that there isn't one. The original door had a deadbolt, but it broke my first week, and maintenance hasn't fixed it despite my increasingly desperate requests. A sob escapes me as I back away, eyes fixed on the thin line of shadow visible beneath the door. I fumble behind me for something, anything to barricade it with. My fingers close around the metal base of my bedside lamp. I yank it free from the outlet, the sudden darkness causing my heart to skip several beats. The shadow beneath the door stops moving. For one blessed moment, I think perhaps it's gone away. Perhaps closing the door was enough. Perhaps a soft tapping begins. Not on the door, but on the window behind me. I spin around, lamp clutched like a weapon, to see what looks like black raindrops hitting the glass. Except they're moving upward, defying gravity just like the water stain had. They crawl up the outside of my fourth-story window, leaving glistening trails behind them. They begin to form letters. L-A-T-M-A-I-N. The tapping grows more insistent, and I realize with dawning comprehension that each drop is a fingertip. Dozens of them, pressing against the glass with increasing urgency. My back hits the wall as I try to retreat from both the door and window. I slide down to a sitting position, lamp still brandished before me like a talisman. The smart move would be to run out the door through the apartment to the building exit. But some primal part of me knows with absolute certainty that the hallway I saw isn't connected to anything resembling an exit. That it doesn't lead anywhere human anymore. My phone lights up again. 4th floor, 4th hour, 4th tenant. With trembling fingers, I open my photos and scroll back to the ones I took when touring the apartment. In them, the hallway is normal, short, ugly, but definitely ending in my small living room. Nothing like the elongated passage I just saw. But there's something else. Something I didn't notice before. In the background of one photo, reflected in the decorative mirror the previous tenant left behind, there's a figure standing in the doorway to the 4th room, the small office I use for storage. It's blurry, indistinct, but unmistakably person-shaped despite its impossibly elongated proportions. The tapping at my window stops abruptly. In the sudden silence, I can hear my own ragged breathing, the pounding of my heart. Then, a new sound, water dripping. I look up to see the ceiling beginning to bulge downward, a dark stain spreading across it once more. but larger this time, covering nearly half the surface. Water, or something like it, begins to seep through, gathering into a large droplet that hangs impossibly, defying physics. My phone buzzes one last time. They always come through the ceiling. As if on cue, the bulge tears open. But what pours through isn't water. A hand emerges, bone-white and impossibly long-fingered. It gropes blindly for a moment before finding purchase on the edge of the tear. Another hand follows, then arms that unfold like slender branches, too jointed, too flexible. The creature pulls itself through with terrible patience, its body contorting in ways that human anatomy should not allow. I try to scream, but no sound emerges. My vocal cords are frozen along with the rest of me as the thing extracts itself from the ceiling, hanging suspended over my bed. Its head is last to emerge, a featureless oval with indentations where eyes should be, skin pulled taut like wet paper over an ill-formed skull. It hangs there for a moment, swaying gently as if suspended by invisible threads, water or something darker dripping from its emaciated form. Then its head swivels toward me with a wet, crackling sound. The indentations on its face deepen, tear, become holes. Not eyes, mouths. Multiple small mouths that begin to whisper in overlapping voices. Fourth floor, fourth hour, fourth tenant. We've been so alone, so very alone. The creature drops to my bed with a heavy thud that belies its skeletal appearance. The mattress sags beneath its weight as it crouches there, head cocked at an impossible angle. Its limbs bend backward, then forward, as it reorients itself toward me. You hear us in the walls. It whispers, voice like water trickling through pipes. You see us in the corners of your vision. You feel us when you think you're alone. It begins to unfold itself again, stretching to its full height, at least 7 feet, its head brushing the ceiling, body unnaturally thin. One elongated hand reaches toward me, fingers splayed. We were here before. It continues, the multiple mouths moving out of sync with the words. Before the building, before the city, this was our place first. My back is pressed so hard against the wall that I can feel the uneven texture of the plaster digging into my spine. I still clutch the lamp, but my arms have gone numb, useless. The others, it says, taking a step toward me, floorboards groaning beneath its weight. They didn't listen when we whispered. They tried to leave, to escape. Another step. It's only a few feet away now, close enough that I can see the mouths aren't just on its face. They cover its body, opening and closing in silent screams beneath the thin membrane of its skin. But there is no leaving the corridor. Once you see it, you belong to it, to us. My phone buzzes one final time. With a quick glance, the fastest I dare take my eyes off the creature. I see a message that chills me more than anything else. I'm so sorry. I had to pass it to someone else. That's the only way to survive. Find the next tenant. Understanding crashes over me like ice water. The barista's warning. The superintendent's refusal to enter. The too good rent price. This thing, this entity has been here all along. Passed from tenant to tenant like a curse. The creature's hand is inches from my face now, those elongated fingers trembling with anticipation. You'll join the others, it whispers. In the walls, in the ceiling, in the spaces between spaces. But first, you must invite the next one. My voice returns suddenly, breaking free from paralysis. Who are you? I manage to rasp. The creature tilts its head at an angle that snaps something in its neck with an audible crack. It doesn't seem to notice or care. We are what remains, it answers. The forgotten, the abandoned, the ones who died alone in dark places. His fingers brush my cheek, cold, wet, leaving trails like slugs. I gag at the touch, at the smell that emanates from it. That same mildewed, metallic odor, but stronger now, overwhelming. We are legion. It continues, multiple voices overlapping now, coming from all directions. From the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath me. And now you'll help us grow. With surprising strength, it grabs my wrist, yanking me forward. My phone clatters to the floor as I'm dragged toward the door, which swings open of its own accord to reveal that impossible hallway again. But it's changed. The walls are now lined with faces. Human faces pressed against the surface as if trapped behind thin membranes. Their mouths move silently, eyes wide with eternal panic. I recognize the woman from apartment 4C who disappeared last month. The college student from 4A who reportedly transferred mid-semester. See them? The creature asks, forcing me to look. They thought they could leave too, but no one leaves the fourth floor. Not really. With each step we take into the corridor, the passage grows longer. The end seems miles away now, a pinpoint of darkness that radiates cold. I struggle against its grip, but my strength is nothing compared to its unnatural power. My bare feet scrape against the moaning floorboards as I'm pulled deeper into the corridor. Don't fight. It whispers, its voice almost gentle now. Fighting makes it worse. Ask them. It gestures to the faces in the walls, their features contorting in silent warnings. We reach a door I don't recognize. Old, heavy wood with strange symbols carved into its surface. It swings open at our approach, revealing not a room but a vertical shaft leading downward. The smell that rises from it is overwhelming. That same mildewed, metallic scent, but mixed with decay and something sulfurous. Your new home, the creature says, until you find someone to take your place. Understanding crashes over me in sickening waves. The text messages weren't warnings from some good Samaritan. They were from the previous tenant, the one who escaped by luring me here. As the creature pushes me toward the threshold, I make one final, desperate move. With strength born of pure terror, I twist in its grip and swing the lamp I've somehow managed to keep hold of. The heavy base connects with the creature's head with a sound like wet cardboard tearing. It releases me, stumbling backward with a shriek that seems to come from everywhere at once. The faces in the walls echo it, their silent screams becoming audible for one terrible moment before fading to whimpers. I run, not toward the creature, not toward that awful door, but sideways through what should be a solid wall. My shoulder hits the surface with bruising force, but instead of stopping me, the wall gives way like rotten fabric. I tumble through darkness, falling, spinning. The creature's enraged howls following me as reality tears around me. I land hard on familiar carpet, my living room floor, the normal living room, with its secondhand furniture and moving boxes I still haven't unpacked. Gasping, I scramble to my feet and race for the front door, fumbling with locks and chains with shaking hands. The lights flicker overhead. The temperature drops. Behind me, I hear the soft, sliding sound start up again. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, coming from the direction of the hallway. Finally, the door opens and I burst into the hallway outside my apartment. The building's hallway, normal and solid with its ugly patterned carpet and emergency exit signs. I run for the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, nearly falling in my haste to reach the ground floor. The night guard looks up in alarm as I crash into the lobby, barefoot and wild-eyed. The 4th floor, I gasp, pointing upward with a trembling hand. There's something. Whoa, easy there, he says, standing slowly. Bad dream.
No.
In my apartment, the ceiling, the hallway, the words tumble out incoherently. I'm aware of how I must look, how I must sound, but I don't care. We need to call someone. The police, an exorcist, something. The guard studies me for a long moment, his expression shifting from concern to something else, something knowing. 4th floor, huh? He says quietly. Which unit? For D, I manage to say. I just moved in last week. He nods slowly, then reaches under the desk and pulls out a form. You'll want to fill out an official complaint. For the records. He slides it toward me along with a pen. And you'll need a new place to stay tonight, I'm guessing? I nod frantically. There's a motel about 6 blocks east, he says, his voice carefully neutral. The Night Owl. Tell them Marco sent you. They know the drill. Know the drill. The words echo in my head as I stare at him. This has happened before. It's not a question, but he answers anyway. 4th floor. Every building has its quirks. You won't meet my eyes now. Fill out the form. Take it to management in the morning. They'll sort something out. My hands shake so badly I can barely write, but I manage to scrawl my name and unit number on the paper. As I push it back toward him, my phone buzzes in my pocket. Unknown number. Did you escape? Before I can decide whether to respond, another message appears. It doesn't matter. It finds everyone eventually. The corridor always leads back to the 4th floor. I look up sharply at the guard. My things. Leave them, he says firmly. Nothing in that apartment is worth it. Trust me. As I stumble toward the exit, he calls after me. When you get to the motel, don't sleep near any walls. And whatever you do, don't look up at the ceiling. Outside, the night air hits me like a physical force. Clean, cold, real. I gulp it down, trying to flush the memory of that mildewed, metallic smell from my lungs. The street is empty at this hour, streetlights casting pools of yellow that seem too weak against the darkness between them. I begin walking east, constantly fighting the urge to look over my shoulder. My phone remains clutched in my hand, screen periodically lighting up with new messages. It knows where you're going. The night owl isn't safe either. We tried to warn the others too. The final message comes just as the motel's neon sign appears in the distance. Look up. Against every instinct, I do. The night sky above Boston should be mostly empty of stars, washed out by city lights. Instead, I see what looks like a vast ceiling stretching from horizon to horizon, covered in a familiar brown stain that moves, shifts, forms almost recognizable patterns before dissolving again. And in that moment, I understand the terrible truth. There is no escape. The corridor isn't just in my apartment. It's everywhere, between walls, above ceilings, beneath floors. A space that exists alongside our reality but separate from it. And once you've seen it, really seen it, it never stops watching you. I check into the night owl with the last of my cash. The clerk barely glances at me, sliding a key across the counter without comment. Room 4, of course. As I enter, I immediately scan the ceiling. Clean.
No stands.
The walls are solid, covered in faded wallpaper with no faces pressing through. The room smells of cheap detergent and cigarettes, unpleasant but blessedly normal. I push the single bed to the center of the room, as far from the walls as possible. I leave all the lights on, though I know now that darkness isn't what I should fear. I sit cross-legged on the mattress, determined to stay awake, to stay vigilant. But 4 days without sleep has taken its toll. Despite my terror, despite the adrenaline still coursing through my system, my eyelids grow heavy. My head nods forward. I jerk awake sometime later to the sound of something soft and sliding. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. The wallpaper ripples like the surface of water disturbed by something moving beneath it. The ceiling begins to bulge downward, and my phone lights up one final time. Welcome to the corridor. It's everywhere now, and it's only a matter of time before you become part of the walls too. I know now why the previous tenants sent those messages. Not as warnings, but as lures. Each person trapped in the corridor can only escape by finding someone to take their place. And I, in my blind panic, running to the motel suggested by the night guard, who must also be part of this terrible chain, have stepped willingly into the trap. As the ceiling tier opens and familiar bone-white fingers emerge, I find myself reaching for my phone. There must be someone in my contacts, someone I could warn, someone I could direct to a 4th floor apartment, a motel room, anywhere the corridor might open for them. Anyone to take my place. God help me, I understand now. I understand completely. They always take the 4th floor tenants first. I wish I could tell you that this is just a story, that you can close your eyes when it gets too frightening, or remind yourself that none of it is real. I used to believe I could do the same, but what burrows beneath my skin, what occupies the hollows of my bones and whispers through my blood, it won't let me pretend anymore. And so I write this as both confession and warning. They say that before we're born, we make a pact with the universe to forget, to surrender all memory of what waits on the other side. I've come to believe this is mercy, not cruelty, because remembering, truly remembering, is unbearable. I was 34 when the forgetting began to fail. My grandmother's funeral was on a Tuesday. Rain fell in sheets against the chapel windows, drumming a rhythm that almost, but not quite, drowned out Pastor Michael's trembling eulogy. I sat in the front row beside my mother, who hadn't stopped crying since we'd arrived. My father had been gone for 11 years by then, taken by the same cancer that had hollowed out my grandmother until she was nothing but paper-thin skin stretched over reluctant bones. I didn't cry, not because I didn't love her. I had adored my grandmother with the fierce devotion only a grandchild can muster, but because grief had solidified inside me like concrete. I couldn't find the cracks that would let the tears through. The service ended. People shuffled out, murmuring condolences that dissolved in the rain. My mother was surrounded by a protective circle of aunts and old church friends. I slipped away, back through the chapel doors, moving against the current of mourners. I told myself I needed to use the restroom. In truth, I needed space to breathe, to process the finality of it all. The bathroom was empty. I stood at the sink, staring at my reflection. Disheveled dark hair, shadows beneath eyes that looked more like my grandmother's than I'd ever noticed before. That's when I heard it, a voice whispering my name. Eleanor, just once, soft but unmistakable, came from the last stall. "Hello," I called, my voice echoing against the tile walls. Nothing. Then the faucet beside me turned on. Full blast, steaming hot water gushing into the porcelain basin. I stumbled back, heart hammering. When I looked up at the mirror again, my grandmother's face stared back at me instead of my own. Not as she had been in the open casket, waxy and unfamiliar, but as I remembered her from childhood. Silver hair swept into a loose bun, laugh lines crinkling around kind eyes. Her lips weren't moving, but I heard her voice, clear as bells. "It wasn't supposed to be like this, Ellie. You have to fix it." I screamed. My reflection snapped back to normal, the faucet shut off, and seconds later, my cousin Melissa burst through the door. "Eleanor, are you okay?" I nodded mechanically, mumbled something about grief and stress. She escorted me back to the foyer where my mother waited, concerned but unsurprised. Everyone knew I had been close to Grandma Ruth. Everyone expected me to crack eventually. That night, back in my apartment 200 miles from my hometown, I convinced myself I had hallucinated the entire incident. Stress, grief, and lack of sleep, a potent combination. I poured myself a glass of wine and ran a bath, determined to wash away the day. As I soaked in the lavender-scented water, I tried not to think about the funeral, about the body lowered into damp earth, about my mother's face crumpling when they closed the coffin. Instead, I found myself remembering summers at my grandmother's house. The peeling white paint of the wraparound porch, the squeaking screen door, the garden bursting with tomatoes and snap peas. I must have dozed off because suddenly the water was cold, and when I opened my eyes, I was no longer alone. She sat on the closed toilet lid, hands folded in her lap, wearing the blue floral dress she'd always loved. Not transparent or ghostly. She looked solid, real, exactly as she had in life. "Grandma," I whispered, water sloshing as I jerked upright. "I'm sorry to startle you, Ellie," she said, her voice exactly as I remembered. Warm honey over gravel. "But I didn't know how else to reach you. I should have screamed again. Should have bolted from the tub, run naked and dripping through my apartment, called someone. Anyone. Instead, I found myself eerily calm, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Are you really here?" I asked. She smiled, sad and knowing. "Not in the way you mean, but I am here, and I need your help." "What kind of help?" Water was beginning to seep into my pruned fingers, reality blurring at the edges. "Something was taken from me," she said. "Something precious. I can't rest until it's returned." "What was taken?" I asked, but she was already fading, her edges softening like watercolors bleeding into paper. "The music box," she whispered. "Find it, open it." And then she was gone. I sat in the cold bath for what felt like hours, trembling. Not from the chill, but from the certainty that I was losing my mind. Eventually, I forced myself out, dried off with shaking hands, and crawled into bed. I didn't sleep. How could I? Every shadow in my apartment seemed to pulse with malevolent life. Every creak and settle of the building sounded like footsteps. By morning, I had almost convinced myself it had been a dream. Almost. The music box. I remembered it from childhood. A delicate wooden thing with inlaid mother of pearl and a tiny ballerina that spun when wound. My grandmother had kept it on her dresser for as long as I could remember, though I'd never heard it play. Whenever I asked about it as a child, she would change the subject or distract me with cookies and stories. I called my mother later that day. "Mom, do you know what happened to Grandma's music box? The one she kept on her dresser." A pause, then, "I haven't seen it in years, Ellie. I thought she might have given it away." "Why?" "Just wondering," I said, trying to sound casual. "It was pretty. I always liked it. You should talk to Aunt Diane. She helped clear out the bedroom before." Her voice trailed off. "Before hospice moved in the hospital bed." Aunt Diane confirmed what I already suspected. The music box was gone. No one knew where. "Your grandmother was very particular about it," my aunt told me, her voice crackling through the phone. "Said it was valuable, but not in the way people might think." I never understood what she meant by that. For 3 days, I tried to forget about it. I returned to work. I was an archivist at the city library and buried myself in cataloging a new collection of historical photographs. But each night, as darkness fell, I felt watched. The air in my apartment grew thick and charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. And though I never saw my grandmother again, I heard her whispers at the edge of sleep, urgent and unintelligible. On the 4th night, I dreamed of the music box. In the dream, I opened it, and instead of a tinkling melody, it released a flood of black water that filled my lungs and dragged me down into endless depths. I woke gasping for air, sheets soaked with sweat. That morning, I called in sick to work, packed a small bag, and drove back to my hometown. My grandmother's house stood empty now. My mother couldn't bear to sell it yet, but couldn't stand to live there either. I used the spare key hidden beneath the stone frog in the garden. Some things never changed, and let myself in. The silence was oppressive. Dust motes danced in the shafts of afternoon light that slanted through the windows. I stood in the entryway, breathing in the lingering scent of lemon furniture polish and the faint, underlying mustiness of a house left uninhabited. "I'm here, Grandma," I said aloud, feeling both foolish and frightened. "I'm looking for your music box." Nothing answered but the gentle tick of the grandfather clock in the living room. I spent hours searching drawers, closets, the cellar, the attic. I found old photo albums, letters bound with faded ribbon, my grandfather's pocket watch, but no music box. Exhausted, I finally collapsed onto my grandmother's bed, the floral comforter still smelling faintly of her lavender perfume. That's when I heard it, a soft, metallic click from within the wall. I sat up, heart racing. The sound had come from behind the headboard. I pushed the heavy oak bed frame away from the wall and ran my fingers over the faded wallpaper. There, a seam almost invisible unless you were looking for it. A small door about a foot square. It took me 10 minutes of prying with a letter opener from the bedside table before the hidden panel finally gave way. Inside the small compartment was a velvet pouch, and inside the pouch, the music box. It looked exactly as I remembered. Intricately carved dark wood, inlaid with mother of pearl that caught the fading light. The key to wind it protruded from the back, untarnished and waiting. I carried it to the bed and sat cross-legged, cradling it in my palms like some fragile, living thing. For a long moment, I simply stared at it, afraid to open the lid, remembering my drowning dream. "This is what you wanted me to find," I whispered. "What now?" As if in answer, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face, and the hair on my arms stood on end. The music box grew unnaturally heavy in my hands, and without conscious decision, my fingers moved to the tiny key. I turned it once, twice, 3 times, the mechanism tightening with each rotation. Then I opened the lid.
No ballerine.
No flood of black water. Instead, A small compartment lined with faded red velvet, empty except for a folded piece of yellowed paper. And music. Not the tinkling lullaby I had expected, but a haunting melody that made my skin crawl. Notes that seemed to bend and twist in ways that shouldn't be possible, creating harmonies that felt wrong, dissonant, almost obscene. As the melody played, the walls of the bedroom began to shimmer and warp. Dark shapes gathered in the corners, writhing and undulating like living smoke. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe, and the light from the window dimmed, as if something was absorbing it. With trembling fingers, I unfolded the paper. On it, in my grandmother's elegant handwriting, "The door opens both ways, Eleanor. They have been waiting for the music. Close it quickly or they will come through." Too late. The music reached a crescendo, and the shadows in the corners surged forward. Not shadows at all, but figures. Twisted, elongated human shapes, their features blurred and shifting, eyes like empty wells. They moved with a terrible fluidity, not walking but flowing across the floor, up the walls, across the ceiling. Surrounding me, I slammed the music box shut, but the melody continued, muffled but unceasing. One of the figures reached for me, its arms stretching impossibly long, fingers like smoke that solidified as they neared my face. "Grandma!" I screamed, scrambling backward on the bed until my back hit the wall. "Help me!" The room went silent. The music stopped abruptly, and the figures froze, hovering in midair, their hollow eyes fixed on me. Then, a voice, my grandmother's voice, filled the room. They were never supposed to find it again.
I'm sorry, Ellie.
I thought it would be safe with me. The figures began to writhe more frantically, their forms becoming more substantial with each passing second. "What do I do?" I cried, clutching the music box to my chest. "Destroy it," her voice commanded. "Now, before they fully manifest." I didn't think, I acted. I hurled the music box against the wall with all my strength. It hit with a crack but remained intact. One of the shadow figures lunged for it, but I was faster. I snatched it up and ran from the bedroom, down the stairs, into the kitchen. My hands shook as I turned on the gas stove, the blue flame leaping to life. The figures were pouring down the stairs now, a cascade of twisted, reaching forms. I held the music box over the flame. Nothing happened. "It won't burn," I sobbed, desperation clawing at my throat. A drawer beside me flew open, by itself or pushed by invisible hands. I couldn't tell. Inside was a hammer, the one my grandmother had kept for hanging pictures and small repairs. I grabbed it and brought it down on the music box with all my strength. The wood splintered, and a high-pitched wail filled the kitchen, not from the box but from the figures that now filled the room. I struck again and again, reducing the beautiful craftsmanship to fragments. With each blow, the shadows seemed to fray at the edges, their forms becoming less distinct. One final, desperate swing of the hammer, and the interior mechanism shattered. A blinding flash of light erupted from the broken pieces, accompanied by a sound like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. The force of it knocked me backward against the refrigerator, and I slid to the floor, momentarily blinded. When my vision cleared, the kitchen was empty. No shadow figures, no presence, nothing but the broken remains of the music box scattered across the linoleum. My hands were bleeding from splinters and the sheet of paper was charred around the edges, but somehow intact. I smoothed it out, noticing there was more writing on the back that I hadn't seen before. They were trapped inside, Eleanor. Souls that don't belong in this world or the next. I became their keeper by accident, and now that burden passes to you. They will find another vessel. They always do. You must be ready. That was 3 months ago. I've moved into my grandmother's house now, telling my mother I needed a change of scenery, that the memories comforted rather than haunted me. She was relieved, I think, that someone would be caring for the place. I've spent weeks researching, trying to understand what my grandmother meant, what exactly had been contained in that music box. I found fragments, references in obscure texts to vessels that could trap wandering spirits, to families cursed to be keepers of the threshold for generations. But nothing concrete, nothing that tells me what to do next. At night, I walk the halls of this old house, listening. Sometimes, I think I hear my grandmother's voice trying to warn me, to prepare me. Other times, I hear something else, distant music, that same twisted melody from the box, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I've begun to notice things, small at first, easily dismissed. Objects moving when I'm not looking, cold spots in rooms that should be warm, whispers just below the threshold of hearing. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see them. The shadow figures, regathering their strength, waiting. Last night, I woke to find a music box on my bedside table. Not my grandmother's, a different one. Smaller, made of tarnished silver rather than wood. I have no memory of buying it, no idea how it came to be there. I haven't touched it. I don't dare. But sometimes, when the house is at its quietest, I hear it turning on its own, winding up from within, preparing to play its song, preparing to open the door again. They're coming back. And this time, I don't think my grandmother can help me stop them. I write this as both confession and warning. If you've ever found an antique music box, if you've ever heard music that shouldn't exist playing in an empty room, if you've ever felt watched by something hiding in your peripheral vision, be careful. Check your walls for hidden compartments. Listen for the click of mechanisms winding themselves. They were trapped inside, and now they're looking for a new home. Tonight, the silver box began to play. Editor's note: the above manuscript was found in the home of Eleanor Winters, age 35, who was reported missing on March 12th by her employer after failing to appear at work for 1 week. The house was undisturbed except for a broken silver music box on the bedroom floor and what appeared to be scratch marks on the inside of the walls. Ms. Winters has not been located at the time of this publication. The ringing in my ears hasn't stopped for 11 days. The doctors say there's nothing physically wrong. No infection, no trauma, no explanation for the constant high-pitched tone that follows me through every waking moment. But I know what it is. It's her. She's listening. She's always listening now. I should start at the beginning, though I'm not entirely sure when that was anymore. Time has become elastic since the incidents began. Was it when I first moved into the apartment? When I found the box in the storage unit? Or was it much earlier? Some childhood moment I've suppressed? Some dormant connection finally awakening? No, I think it started with the photograph. That seems right. 3 months ago, I was cleaning out my grandmother's house after her passing. She'd lived alone for 20 years following my grandfather's death, gradually filling the old Victorian with newspapers, knickknacks, and various collections. My father called it hoarding. My mother called it loneliness. I just called it sad. The task of sorting through decades of accumulated possessions fell to me, being the only grandchild with flexible work hours, which is how my family politely describes my struggling freelance photography career. I found the photo album on the 3rd day, wedged behind a bookcase in the upstairs hallway. It wasn't like her other meticulously labeled albums. This one had a plain black cover, its spine cracked with age. Inside were photos I'd never seen before. Pictures of my grandmother as a young woman, standing in front of buildings I didn't recognize, with people I'd never heard her mention. What caught my attention was a sequence of photos toward the back. 6 consecutive snapshots of what appeared to be an empty parlor in some old house, except each image had subtle differences. A chair moved slightly, curtains disturbed, a shadow that seemed to grow from one frame to the next. And in the final image, something that looked like a woman's face, partially obscured, peering from behind a doorway. I almost dismissed it as a double exposure or some other photographic anomaly, but scrawled on the back of that last photo was a single line in my grandmother's handwriting. She follows the lens now.
I'm sorry.
I took the album home with me that night. Professional curiosity, I told myself. The first time I noticed something wrong was 3 days later. I'd been digitizing some of the mysterious photos, fascinated by their composition and the strange quality of light captured in them. At around 2 a.m., I was hunched over my computer when my desk lamp flickered. Not unusual in my aging apartment building with its questionable wiring. But then came the smell, like ozone and wet soil. And beneath that, something sickeningly sweet, like overripe fruit. The temperature dropped so suddenly that my breath clouded in front of me. My screen went black, then returned with an image I hadn't been working on, the final photo from the album, the one with the partial face. Except now the face was clearer, closer to the doorway, with dark hollow eyes fixed directly on the camera. I slammed my laptop shut and backed away from the desk, heart hammering against my ribs. The smell dissipated almost immediately, and the room gradually warmed. I told myself it was exhaustion, that I'd fallen asleep at my desk and dreamed the whole thing. But when I checked my laptop the next morning, the modified image was there. The face clearer, closer, staring out at me. The incidents escalated quickly after that. Objects in my apartment would be subtly rearranged when I returned home. All my photographs, the ones hanging on walls, stored in boxes, even digital ones on my hard drives, began showing anomalies. Strange blurs, distortions, sometimes what looked like fingers reaching in from the edges of the frame. Then came the sounds. Soft at first, what might have been footsteps from the vacant apartment above mine. The occasional creak of a floorboard. A whisper so faint I couldn't be sure I'd actually heard it. One night I woke to find all the photographs in my bedroom turned to face the wall. When I flipped them back around, every single image had been altered. In each photo, standing somewhere in the background, sometimes barely visible, sometimes front and center, was a woman in dated clothing, her face blurred except for her eyes. Always those same dark, hollow eyes. I threw every physical photograph I owned into a garbage bag and left it by the dumpster. I deleted thousands of digital images from my computer and phone. For 3 days, there was nothing. No sounds, no smells, no rearranged objects. Then I started seeing her in reflective surfaces. It was subtle at first. A movement at the edge of my bathroom mirror as I brushed my teeth. A silhouette in the polished chrome of my kitchen faucet. A distorted shape in my darkened television screen. Always gone when I turned to look. I began covering mirrors, turning pictures face down, avoiding anything with a reflective surface. This made professional photography somewhat challenging, but I was past the point of caring about work. Sleep became my enemy. I'd drift off only to jerk awake with the certainty that someone was standing over my bed, watching me with those hollow, hungry eyes. Last Tuesday, my neighbor knocked on my door. Mrs. Herrera, a kind elderly woman who had lived in the building for decades, looked concerned. "Are you all right, dear? I heard you talking to someone late last night. The walls are thin, you know. I hadn't spoken to anyone in days. I hadn't invited anyone over in weeks. What did you hear?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She frowned. A woman's voice, very quiet, but insistent. Something about seeing and collection? "I thought perhaps you had a late guest, but then I heard you shouting for someone to leave you alone." I thanked her for her concern and quickly closed the door, my heart racing. That night, I set up audio recording equipment throughout my apartment. Old habit from when I briefly dabbled in paranormal investigation photography years ago. The recordings captured nothing but the ambient sounds of the building. Nothing, that is, except for a 2-minute segment at 3:17 a.m. In it, a woman's voice, barely above a whisper, repeated the same phrase over and over. "I collect what is seen. I collect what sees." Between each repetition was my own voice, though I have no memory of speaking. In the recording, I sound half asleep, answering simple questions I can't hear. 1978. Yes, she was my grandmother. No, I didn't know her. Through the lens, yes. And then, louder, suddenly panicked. "Get out of my head!" After that, nothing but static. I went back to my grandmother's house the next day. Most of it had been cleared out by then, the furniture either sold or donated, the walls bare. I headed straight for the attic, the one part of the house I hadn't fully explored during my initial clean-out. Among the dust-covered trunks and boxes, I found a small leather case. Inside was an antique camera, a Kodak Brownie from the 1930s by the look of it, and a journal bound in faded red cloth. The first entry was dated April 17, 1952. "I've acquired the most marvelous camera today from an estate sale." The seller was practically giving it away. said it had belonged to a professional photographer who had suffered some kind of nervous breakdown. Claimed he'd become obsessed with photographing empty rooms, insisting he was documenting evidence of some presence only he could perceive. Poor man apparently took his own life last year. The camera itself is in perfect working condition despite its age. I'm eager to try it out. The entries continued, documenting my grandmother's growing interest in photography. Initially, the journal contained nothing unusual, just the thoughts of a young woman discovering a new hobby. Then, 3 months in, the tone changed abruptly. July 29th, 1952. Something strange happened with the last roll of film I developed. There appears to be a figure in the background of several shots of the Palmer House interior, a woman in old-fashioned dress. Richard says it's just a double exposure or light leak, but I'm certain these negatives were perfect. And there's something about her eyes. August 5th, 1952. I've been having dreams about her. The woman from the photographs. She's trying to tell me something, standing just at the edge of my vision. When I turn to look at her directly, she's gone.
Richard thinks I'm overworked.
August 17th, 1952. She's in every photograph now, whether I intend it or not. Standing a little closer each time. Richard can't see her at all, says I'm imagining things. But Mrs. Palmer called today, quite upset. She wanted to know who the woman was in the background of the portraits I took of her children. Said the woman looks exactly like her great-aunt Eliza, who died in that house in 1924. They found her in her darkroom. She'd gouged her own eyes out. The entries became increasingly fragmented and disturbed after that. My grandmother described hearing whispers when she was alone, seeing movement in reflective surfaces, finding her photographs rearranged or altered. The final entry, dated October 31st, 1953, sent ice through my veins. She's explained it all to me now. She was a photographer too in her time. She discovered something about the camera. Not just this camera, but all cameras. They don't just capture light and shadow. They capture fragments of soul, tiny moments of existence. She learned how to collect these fragments, how to use them. But it consumed her, this collection. Now she exists between moments, between images. She follows the lens from photographer to photographer. She's shown me the others that came before. So many hollow eyes, so many collected moments. I've sealed the camera away. I won't destroy it. She's warned me what happens to those who try. As long as no one else uses it, perhaps she'll remain dormant. I'm switching to painting. Richard is relieved. He never could see her, not even when she stood right beside him in our wedding photos. If you're reading this, if you found the camera, I'm sorry. She follows the lens now. She follows those who see through it. I'm so sorry. I left the journal and camera where I found them, but it was already too late. I didn't need her camera. She had already found me through my grandmother's photographs, through my own camera lens. I was already seeing her everywhere. That night, she spoke to me directly for the first time. Not in whispers or recordings, but standing at the foot of my bed, her form flickering like an old film projection, her face a blur except for those eyes, those terrible, hollow eyes. "You have her gift," she said, her voice like static and broken glass. The gift of truly seeing, of capturing moments that others miss. Couldn't move, couldn't scream. My body felt weighted down, paralyzed. "I've been collecting for so long," she continued, drifting closer. "Fragments of life, pieces of soul captured in silver and light. But it's never enough. The collection is never complete." She reached toward me, her hand passing through my chest, sending waves of ice through my body. "I need your eyes now, your perspective. So fresh, so unique. You see things others don't. You'll help me collect." When I woke the next morning, all my camera equipment was neatly arranged on my dining table. Equipment I'd stored away weeks ago. Beside it was a stack of photographs I'd never taken. Images of sleeping neighbors viewed through windows, my friends caught in vulnerable moments, strangers photographed without their knowledge. All of them had her in the background, watching. All of them had my signature style, my framing techniques. My phone was filled with new images too, hundreds of them, taken while I was supposedly asleep. And emails, dozens of emails to galleries and magazines, submitting these photos for publication. The ringing in my ears started that day. The constant, high-pitched tone that the doctors can't explain or treat. She told me later it's the sound of her collecting, of moments being captured and stored. The sound of fragmenting souls. I see her everywhere now, not just in reflections or photographs, but standing in crowds, sitting across from me in coffee shops, leaning over strangers' shoulders as they take selfies. Always watching, always collecting. Sometimes I black out for hours, coming to with my camera in hand and hundreds of new images I don't remember taking. Images of people in private moments, vulnerable moments. In each one, she stands a little closer to them, her face a little clearer. I've tried to warn them, the people in the photographs. I've tried to explain about her, about the collection. They look at me like I'm crazy. Sometimes they call the police. The only one who seemed to understand was a young photography student I approached last week. She looked at my photographs with genuine interest, fascinated by what she called their haunting quality and unique perspective. She asked if I would mentor her, teach her my techniques. I refused, of course, tried to warn her about the danger. But when I woke up this morning, I found emails between us, emails I don't remember sending, arranging for her to come to my apartment for a lesson today. My camera is clean and ready on the table. The memory card is empty, waiting to be filled. The ringing in my ears is louder than ever. And she's here now, standing behind me as I write this, her cold breath on my neck, her voice in my head. The collection grows. The collection must always grow. I don't know what will happen when the student arrives. I don't know if I can fight whatever compulsion comes over me when she's near. I've tried destroying my cameras, but they always reappear, pristine and ready. I'm writing this as a warning, though I doubt it will matter. If you've seen her in your photographs, that blurred face, those hollow eyes, it's already too late. She's noticed you. She's chosen you for her collection. And if you're reading this because you found it among my things after I've gone, after I've finally done what the others before me did to escape her, then please, for your own sake, don't look too closely at the photographs I've left behind. Don't study the shadows or search for hidden faces. Above all, don't pick up my camera, because she follows the lens now, and once she's seen you seeing her, she'll never stop collecting. The police report would later note that the apartment was empty when they arrived, responding to neighbors' concerns about screaming followed by abrupt silence. They found no sign of violence or struggle, just a laptop with this document open, and hundreds of photographs spread across every surface, all featuring the same unidentified woman with hollow, darkened eyes standing progressively closer to unsuspecting subjects. The tenant and their visiting photography student were never found. The investigation remains open. The pills clattered when I set them down, scattering across the bathroom counter like tiny white insects fleeing the light. My hands trembled as I gripped the edge of the sink, staring at the hollow-eyed stranger in the mirror. 3 months since Sarah's death, and sleep had become a distant memory, something I remembered happening to other people. "Just take them," Dr. Mercer had said, sliding the prescription across his desk. "For hours of uninterrupted sleep will do more for your grief than any therapy session." He'd given me that look doctors reserve for patients they've mentally categorized as difficult, equal parts pity and exasperation. But I hadn't told him about the sounds. How could I? He already thought I was falling apart, and explaining that my dead wife was rearranging furniture in our empty apartment at night would only fast-track me to the psychiatric ward. I swallowed 2 pills dry, wincing as they scraped down my throat, and shuffled to the bedroom. Our bedroom. No, my bedroom now. The distinction still felt unnatural, like trying to describe myself as an orphan after my parents died. Technically accurate, but fundamentally wrong. The windows were firmly latched, the curtains drawn. I'd installed a new deadbolt on the front door after the first incident, convincing myself that neighborhood kids might be playing cruel pranks on the newly widowed man. The building superintendent had checked the pipes, the foundation, the ventilation system, finding nothing that could explain the rhythmic thumping that had awakened me every night for the past week. I lay down fully clothed. Sleep came like a thief, sudden and disorienting. The sound pulled me from unconsciousness. A low, drawn-out scrape, like something heavy being dragged across hardwood. My eyes snapped open to darkness so complete I couldn't distinguish between open and closed. The medication had left my thoughts muddled, my limbs heavy. For several seconds, I remained perfectly still, listening. There. Again, the scraping noise, followed by a distinct thump. My phone read 2:17 a.m. I'd been asleep less than an hour. Hello! My voice emerged thin and unfamiliar. The apartment answered with silence. Not the comfortable silence of an empty space, but the tense quiet of someone deliberately not making noise. I fumbled for the bedside lamp, flicked the switch. Nothing. Power outage? I couldn't remember a storm forecast. My fingers found my phone again, activated the flashlight. The beam cut through darkness, revealing familiar contours of the room. Dresser, closet, door, all where they should be. I swept the light toward the foot of the bed and froze. The antique rocking chair, Sarah's grandmother's chair, had moved from its corner to the center of the room. It faced the bed directly, motionless now but positioned as if someone had just vacated it. My first coherent thought was absurdly practical. I need to call the building manager about the locks. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold against my bare feet. The medication made standing difficult. The room tilted and swayed as if I were on a ship. I steadied myself against the wall, keeping the light trained on the chair. If someone's here, I called out. This isn't funny. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the door, all the hiding places a reasonable adult knows are ridiculous but checks anyway. Finding nothing, I moved through the apartment room by room, a methodical search that revealed no intruders, no open windows, no explanation. When I returned to the bedroom, the rocking chair had moved again. Now it sat directly beside the bed, facing the door. I backed away, colliding with the doorframe. My heart hammered against my ribs as if trying to escape. This wasn't possible. I was hallucinating, a side effect of the medication combined with grief and sleep deprivation. I needed to call someone. Dr. Mercer, a friend, anyone. My phone showed no service. Of course, I retreated to the living room, lowering myself onto the couch, keeping the light on. I would wait until morning. Everything made sense in daylight. The scraping sound started again, this time from the kitchen. Slow, deliberate, something heavy moving inch by inch across the tile floor. Sarah. The name escaped before I could stop it, before I could remind myself how impossible, how desperate, how pathetic it sounded. The noise stopped immediately. Then, barely audible, came a sound like fingernails tapping on wood.
Top, top, top.
Pause.
Top, top, top.
Against every instinct for self-preservation, I followed the sound. The kitchen was bathed in pale bluish light from the street lamp outside. The table, our small breakfast table where Sarah had spent countless mornings working on crossword puzzles, had moved to the center of the room. One chair was pulled out as if in invitation.
Top, top, top.
The sound came from the tabletop. This isn't real, I whispered, but approached anyway. A water glass sat in the center of the table. I hadn't left it there. Inside was a small, dark object. I tilted my phone to illuminate it better. Sarah's wedding ring, the one the funeral home had removed before cremation, the one I'd placed in the jewelry box on our dresser. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. The glass was ice cold, far colder than room temperature should allow. As my fingertips touched it, the glass exploded outward, shards flying in all directions. Pain sliced across my palm, warm blood spilling onto the white tabletop. In the moment of shocked stillness that followed, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. I woke gasping on the couch, morning light streaming through the windows. Had I dreamed it? The medication was known for vivid dreams. I almost convinced myself until I looked down at my hand, wrapped in a kitchen towel crusted with dried blood. The glass had been real. The pain had been real. But what about the rest? I stumbled to the kitchen. The table was back against the wall where it belonged. No broken glass littered the floor, but Sarah's ring lay in the center of the table, glinting in the morning light. I didn't touch it. Instead, I ran to the bedroom. The rocking chair stood in its usual corner, innocuous in the daylight. Everything appeared normal, unthreatening. My phone showed 8 missed calls from work. I'd slept through my alarm, something that hadn't happened since college. I called my supervisor, manufactured an excuse about a stomach virus, and promised to make up the hours over the weekend. Normal. I needed normal. Coffee, shower, routine. The prosaic antidote to the uncanny. As water cascaded over my shoulders, I examined the cut on my palm. A clean, straight line, exactly the kind a shard of broken glass would make. Not a dream, then. Not entirely. I dressed quickly, avoiding the mirror. The apartment felt wrong somehow, the dimensions slightly off, as if the walls had shifted inward during the night. I hurried through breakfast, anxious to escape into the reliable mundanity of the outside world. As I reached for my keys on the entry table, I noticed a folded piece of paper that hadn't been there before. My name was written on it in familiar handwriting. Sarah's handwriting. I left it untouched, grabbing my keys and practically running from the apartment. Work provided blessed distraction. Numbers, spreadsheets, emails, concrete problems with definable solutions. By afternoon, I'd nearly convinced myself that stress and medication had caused an elaborate hallucination. The cut on my hand throbbed beneath its bandage, but even that had a rational explanation. I'd injured myself while half asleep, incorporated it into a dream. "You look like hell," my colleague Marcus observed as we waited for coffee in the break room. "Everything okay?" "Just not sleeping well," I said, the understatement of the year. "Still having trouble with the apartment?" he asked. "You mentioned some noise issues last week." Had I? Couldn't remember. The days blurred together now. "It's nothing. Old building. Settling noises." Marcus studied me with concern. "Look, I don't want to overstep, but have you considered that staying in the same place might not be healthy? After what happened to Sarah?" "I'm fine," I interrupted, sharper than intended. "The apartment's fine." "Okay, man. Just know the offer still stands if you need somewhere to crash for a few days." I nodded gratefully, though we both knew I wouldn't accept. The thought of explaining what was happening, even to a friend as understanding as Marcus, was unbearable. By 5 o'clock, I'd invented reasons to stay late, prolonging my return home. When I finally ran out of excuses, I stopped at a hardware store and bought motion-activated cameras, the kind people use to catch package thieves. If something was moving in my apartment, I would document it. Evidence would either validate my fears or prove my mind was fracturing. The hallway to my apartment seemed longer than usual, the overhead lights dimmer. Mrs. Abernathy from across the hall was watering plants outside her door. She looked up as I approached. "Oh, Mr. Collins, I was beginning to think you'd moved out." I paused, confused. "Why would you think that?" She gestured vaguely with her watering can. "All the commotion last night, moving furniture at that hour, nearly called the super to complain. But then I remembered what you're going through and thought better of it." My mouth went dry. "What time was this?" "Oh, must have been around 2:15. Woke Harold, that's my cat, right up. Sounded like you were rearranging the whole place." I managed to thank her, though for what, I wasn't sure. My key trembled against the lock. Inside, everything appeared normal. The folded note remained on the entry table, undisturbed. I set up the cameras, one in the living room, one in the bedroom, one in the kitchen, and connected them to my phone. Then, with a deep breath, I picked up the note. The paper was thin, torn from the notebook Sarah had kept beside our bed. Her handwriting, though unmistakable, looked strained, as if written under duress. "I'm still here, not alone. Don't let them see you watching." I called Dr. Mercer's emergency line. "Mr. Collins," he answered, professional but with an undercurrent of annoyance. "What can I help you with?" How to begin? "I think my dead wife is warning me about entities in our apartment. Also, she's moving furniture at night." "The medication," I said instead. "I'm experiencing some concerning side effects. Hallucinations, possibly sleepwalking. That's highly unusual with the dosage I prescribed." "Are you combining it with alcohol?"
No.
Any other medications? Over-the-counter sleep aids? No, nothing. He sighed. Mr. Collins, Daniel, grief can manifest in unusual ways. The mind searches for continued connection, particularly in familiar settings. Have you considered grief counseling? Or perhaps staying with family temporarily? I had no family within 1,000 miles. Sarah had been my family. Just tell me if hallucinations are possible with these pills, I insisted. In rare cases, yes. Discontinue use and we'll try something else. But Daniel, I strongly recommend you don't stay alone right now. After hanging up, I stared at the note again. Don't let them see you watching. The cameras. Something cold settled in my stomach. I checked the app on my phone. All 3 cameras showed their respective rooms, silent and still. I unplugged them anyway, stashing them in a kitchen drawer. Night fell. I didn't take the medication. I made coffee instead, determined to stay awake, to witness whatever happened with clear eyes. The television provided background noise, human voices to fill the growing silence of the apartment. Around midnight, the power went out. Not just in my apartment. The entire street went dark. I moved to the window and saw the neighboring buildings similarly blackened, as if something had swallowed all light from our corner of the world. I lit candles, placing them strategically throughout the apartment. Their flickering created more shadows than illumination, but it was better than complete darkness. I settled onto the couch, waiting. The first sound came at 1:58 a.m., the same scraping noise from the previous night. I rose quietly, following it to the bedroom. In the doorway, I froze. The rocking chair moved on its own, a gentle back and forth motion as if invisibly occupied. Behind it, barely visible in the candlelight, stood a figure. Not Sarah. Never Sarah. It was tall, impossibly so, its head nearly touching the ceiling. A vaguely human silhouette, but wrong, limbs too long, torso too narrow. It had no features I could discern, just deeper darkness in the shape of a person. It hadn't noticed me yet. Its attention, if that's what it was, focused on the rocking chair. I must have made some small sound. A gasped breath, a shifted weight, because suddenly it stopped. Slowly, with deliberate motion, it began to turn toward the doorway. I retreated, nearly running to the living room. My heart thundered in my ears, drowning out any pursuit. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, my phone. Escape the only coherent thought. As I reached for the door handle, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me. The handle wouldn't turn, the deadbolt wouldn't budge, though I hadn't locked either. From behind me came the tap, tap, tap. Not from the kitchen this time, but closer. I turned. Sarah stood in the center of the living room. Not the Sarah I'd known. Vibrant, laughing, alive, but a paler version, translucent in the candlelight. Her hospital gown hung loosely from her diminished frame, her once thick hair now sparse, the cancer's final form of her. Sarah, I whispered. She raised a finger to her lips in warning, then pointed toward the hallway that led to our bedroom. Her eyes, still the deep brown I remembered, were wide with fear. The scraping sound grew louder. Something approached. Sarah gestured urgently at the door. At me, a clear message. Get out. I can't, I said, jiggling the unyielding handle. It's locked. Sarah, what's happening? What are they? She moved closer, her form flickering like the candle flames. When she spoke, her voice sounded distant, distorted, as if coming through water. They followed me back. Back from where? I asked, but I knew. From whatever lay beyond death. From the place she'd gone where I couldn't follow. They want what I took, she said, the words fading in and out. Want to use you to cross. The temperature dropped further. Ice crystals formed on the window glass. The candles guttered, threatened to extinguish. Sarah's form grew more transparent as the cold intensified. She pressed her hand against mine on the door handle. I felt nothing but a slight pressure, the memory of touch. Don't trust what you see, she said, her voice stronger for a moment. They wear familiar faces when they need to. The handle suddenly turned under our hands. The door swung open to the hallway, but instead of the familiar corridor of my apartment building, It revealed a vast darkness, an emptiness that seemed to breathe. Sarah pushed me back from the threshold. Not that way, never that way. The darkness pulsed, reached tendrils into the apartment. Where they touched, surfaces blackened and decayed. Sarah turned to face it, placing herself between me and the open doorway. The bathroom, she whispered without looking back. The mirror. I didn't understand, but I ran. Behind me, the living room filled with a sound like tearing fabric, a reality being rent apart. The bathroom door closed behind me with surprising solidity. I fumbled with the lock, for all the good it would do against things that moved through walls. The mirror above the sink reflected my terrified face. The bathroom behind me. Normal, mundane. Then the reflection changed. The bathroom door in the mirror opened, though the real one remained closed. Sarah stood in the doorway of the reflection. Behind her, darkness moved, shaped like people but wrong, too tall, too fluid. She placed her palm against the inside of the mirror. Understanding nothing but trusting her completely, I placed my hand against hers, separated by glass. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. Sarah's voice came clearer now. Break it. Now. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the metal trash can and smashed it against the mirror. The glass shattered, not falling in pieces but imploding, pulling inward. A vacuum force yanked at me, drawing me toward the broken mirror. Sarah's hands, solid now, gripped mine. "I've got you," she said. "I've got you." I woke in a hospital bed. "He's awake," a nurse called, and moments later a doctor appeared, followed by a police officer. They explained the apartment building had caught fire. An electrical issue, they suspected. I'd been found unconscious in the bathroom, suffering from smoke inhalation. I was lucky to be alive. The building, I asked, my voice raw. "Substantial damage to the upper floors," the officer said. "Your unit was one of the worst hit, I'm afraid." I nodded, unsurprised. "Were there other injuries?" "No fatalities, if that's what you're asking. Mrs. Abernathy's cat needed some oxygen, but otherwise everyone got out." They had questions: how the fire started, why I'd barricaded myself in the bathroom, why the mirrors were broken. I had no answers they would believe. Days later, when they finally discharged me, Marcus picked me up, insisting I stay with him until I found a new place. I accepted without argument. We stopped at the ruins of the apartment building so I could see if anything was salvageable. Not much was. Water damage had claimed what fire spared. In the remains of the bathroom, I found Sarah's ring, untouched among the debris. As we drove away, Marcus glanced at me. "You're taking this remarkably well." I looked down at the ring in my palm. It was just stuff. "Your wedding photos, Sarah's things?" "I have my memories," I said. "And I think she's at peace now." He nodded, probably attributing my calm to shock or medication. That night, in Marcus's guest room, I slept without dreams for the first time in months. Just before drifting off, I felt the mattress shift slightly, as if someone had sat on the edge of the bed. A familiar scent, Sarah's shampoo, filled the air briefly, then faded. Not all hauntings are malevolent. Some are protection, a shield against darker things that wait in the spaces between worlds. Some are love that refuses to abandon us to face those darknesses alone. I keep her ring on a chain around my neck now. Sometimes it grows cold against my skin for no reason, a warning. When that happens, I leave wherever I am immediately. I don't question it anymore. There are things in the dark that wear familiar faces. Things that hunger for warmth and life. Things that follow the living home from death's borders. But there are guardians too, and mine watches over me still. I avoid mirrors at night. I never open doors when the temperature suddenly drops. I've learned to recognize the signs, to heed the warnings. Most importantly, I've learned that not all ghost stories are about fear. Some are about love that transcends even death. But make no mistake, there is still plenty to fear in the dark spaces of this world. And the barrier between those spaces and ours is thinner than you know. Listen for the scraping sounds. Watch for moved objects. Feel for sudden cold. They're trying to come through. And not everything that looks like someone you loved is. The night my daughter went missing, I was trapped in a meeting about quarterly sales projections. I remember checking my phone under the table as Karen from accounting droned on about market fluctuations, thinking that Emma would be waiting at her dance class, growing increasingly impatient as the minutes ticked by. What kind of father keeps his 12-year-old daughter waiting outside a darkening studio at 7:48 p.m.? The kind, apparently, who doesn't realize his child will never come home again. I've replayed that evening countless times, dissecting each moment with surgical precision. My boss nodding at my request to leave early. The traffic light turning yellow as I approached the intersection 2 blocks from the studio. My decision to accelerate through it rather than wait another cycle. The empty parking lot, the locked studio door, the dance instructor's confusion when I called her. Hadn't she seen my text? Class had been canceled. Hadn't Emma told me? The police investigation lasted 3 months. They found nothing.
No witnesses. No camera footage.
No evidence of foul play. Just a 12-year-old girl who had somehow vanished between her school and the dance studio, a distance of less than half a mile. The detective assigned to our case eventually stopped returning my calls. The local news moved on to fresher tragedies. My wife couldn't bear to stay in our house, surrounded by Emma's things, her absence more substantial than her presence had ever been. That was 16 months ago. Sharon left 11 months ago. And the knocking started 10 months and 29 days ago. At first, I thought it was the radiator. 3 soft taps in quick succession, always between 2:13 and 2:17 a.m. I'd bolt upright in our king-sized bed, the empty space beside me a reminder of everything I'd lost, and listen. The house would hold its breath with me, and then tap, tap, tap. So faint I could almost convince myself I dreamed it. I called a plumber. He found nothing wrong with the pipes. I called an exterminator. No evidence of pests. I convinced myself it was the house settling, the wood contracting in the cold winter nights. I bought noise-canceling headphones and prescription sleep aids. But the knocking continued, and slowly it changed. It grew more deliberate, more insistent. It began to move, traveling from the wall behind my bed to my bedroom door, then down the hallway, always stopping at Emma's room, which I'd preserved exactly as she'd left it. Unicorn bedspread smoothed flat, science fair ribbon pinned to the bulletin board, half-read copy of The Giver on her nightstand, bookmark still on page 87. On the anniversary of her disappearance, I drank myself into oblivion. I hadn't been back to work in months. My severance package and savings were dwindling rapidly, but I couldn't summon the will to care. What was the point of building a future when my only reason for living had been erased? I remember collapsing onto the couch around midnight, an empty bottle of Jack rolling onto the floor. I didn't expect to wake up, had half hoped I wouldn't, but I did wake up, disoriented and nauseated, my head throbbing, and I wasn't alone. Something was sitting at the foot of the couch, a dark shape silhouetted against the dim light filtering through the blinds. For one delirious, hopeful moment, I thought it was Emma. Then the shape turned, and I saw that its face was wrong, stretched and distorted like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. Its eyes were too large, too round, too empty, like black holes cut into pale parchment. I tried to scream, but my throat closed. I tried to move, but my limbs were lead. The thing, not Emma, definitely not Emma, tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if its neck had been broken and improperly reset. Its mouth opened, too wide, revealing nothing but darkness where teeth and tongue should be. "Daddy," it said, in a voice that was almost, but not quite, my daughter's. "Why didn't you come get me?" I must have passed out, because when I opened my eyes again, sunlight was streaming through the windows and I was alone. I convinced myself it had been a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by grief and alcohol. But that night, as I lay rigid in my bed, the knocking came again. Tap, 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 from directly under the mattress. I scrambled out of bed, heart hammering against my ribs. The knocking followed me through the house as I fled from room to room, always just behind the walls, just beneath the floorboards. Always 3 taps, urgent now, demanding. In Emma's room, I collapsed onto her bed, burying my face in her pillow, searching for some fading trace of her scent. The knocking stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise had been. I raised my head, and that's when I saw it. A small, dirty handprint on Emma's window, on the inside of the glass. I live alone. The window was locked from the inside. The handprint wasn't there when I dusted her room last week. A ritual I performed with religious devotion. I approached slowly, my hand trembling as I raised it to the glass. The print was smaller than mine, approximately the size of a 12-year-old girl's hand. It was made of what looked like ash or soot, and as I brought my fingers close, not quite touching it, the air around the print seemed to shimmer and bend like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. I've never believed in ghosts. Even after everything that's happened, I'm not sure I believe in them now. But I do believe something has been trying to reach me. Something wearing my daughter's face and speaking with a distorted version of her voice. Something that knows things only Emma would know. It began to show itself more frequently after that night. I'd catch glimpses of it in reflective surfaces, the bathroom mirror, the dark screen of the television, the chrome toaster in the kitchen. Never directly, always in my peripheral vision, always gone when I turned to look. But I could feel it watching me, its presence a weight pressing against my skull, a coldness that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I started doing research, reading books on paranormal phenomena, consulting with mediums and paranormal investigators. Most of them obvious frauds, a few possibly sincere but clearly delusional. I set up cameras throughout the house, but they never captured anything despite what my own eyes were seeing with increasing frequency. The thing, I couldn't bring myself to think of it as Emma, began leaving messages. The first one appeared in the condensation on my bathroom mirror after a shower. "You left me." Another formed in spilled coffee grounds on the kitchen counter. "I'm cold." The worst was the one I found scratched into the dirt of the potted plant by the front door. A plant that had been Emma's, that she had nurtured from a seedling. "They're keeping me." Who's keeping her? Where? Is she alive? Is she dead? Is this even real? Or have I finally broken under the weight of my grief? These questions circle through my mind like vultures, endlessly circling, waiting for me to collapse. Last night, I decided I couldn't go on this way. I needed answers. So I did what the paranormal book suggested. I set up a makeshift seance in Emma's room. Candles, a Ouija board I'd bought from a New Age shop downtown, and a photo of Emma taken 3 days before she disappeared. I felt ridiculous and desperate and terrified all at once. "Emma," I said aloud, my voice cracking from disuse. I rarely speak these days, have almost forgotten how. "Emma, if you can hear me, if that's you trying to communicate, please, I need to know what happened to you. I need to know if you're... The candle flames froze. Not flickered, not went out. Froze, as if time itself had stopped. The air grew dense and cold. So cold I could see my breath pluming in front of my face. The photo of Emma began to vibrate on the nightstand, then slowly turned face down. 3 taps came from directly beneath me, from the floor under Emma's rug. This close, they sounded less like knocking and more like the wet, soft impact of flesh against wood. My hand moved to the planchette on the Ouija board, not of my own volition but not against my will either, as if someone were gently guiding me.
HLPME.
"How?" I whispered, tears freezing on my cheeks. "Tell me how to help you, baby."
THSPACSBETWEN.
My hand jerked away from the board as if burned. The candles guttered out all at once, plunging the room into darkness. In that brief moment between light and dark, I saw something crouched in the corner of the ceiling, spider-like. Its head twisted completely backward to stare at me with those 2 large, 2 empty eyes. I scrambled backward, tripping over the rug, my elbow smashing into the nightstand. Pain shot up my arm as I heard something shatter, the framed photo of Emma. In the momentary silence that followed, I heard a sound that made my blood crystallize in my veins. Soft, wet breathing, directly beside my ear. "The spaces between," whispered a voice that was almost, but not quite, my daughter's. "That's where they keep us. That's where I am." The spaces between heartbeats. A cold, Damp hand closed around my wrist, the fingers too long, the joints bending the wrong way. I screamed then, finally found my voice, and the thing that was not my daughter skittered away, disappearing into the shadows beneath Emma's bed. I spent the night in my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner, too afraid to go back inside my house. But as the sun rose, I realized I had no choice. Whatever was happening, hallucination, haunting, psychotic break, there was only one way through it. I had to go back. I had to find out what the spaces between meant. I had to help my daughter or whatever was wearing her face. When I returned, the house was silent.
No knocking. No whispers.
No distorted reflections in the windows. It felt abandoned, as if whatever presence had been trying to reach me had given up. This should have been a relief, but instead, it filled me with a new kind of dread. Had I missed my chance? Had it moved on? I cleaned up the mess in Emma's room, carefully placing the shards of the broken picture frame in a shoebox. As I picked up the photograph itself, I noticed something strange. A dark smudge on the back that hadn't been there before. I turned it over, and my heart nearly stopped. It was another handprint, small and sooty, like the one on the window. But this one was different. This one had 6 fingers. That was when I knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever had been manifesting in my house wasn't Emma. It had never been Emma. It had been using my grief and guilt to try to break through from somewhere else. The spaces between worlds, between dimensions, between life and death. I should have been relieved. My daughter wasn't trapped in some ghostly half-existence, trying desperately to communicate with me. But instead, a new horror dawned. If this thing wasn't Emma, then what was it? And what did it want? The answers came sooner than I expected, and in a form I never could have anticipated. That night, I sat in the living room with every light in the house blazing, a baseball bat across my knees, waiting. For what, I wasn't sure. Another visitation, another message, or perhaps just the courage to end my own suffering. Around midnight, my phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly fell off the couch. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize, with an area code I wasn't familiar with. Normally, I would have let it go to voicemail, assuming it was a telemarketer or a scam. But something, intuition or desperation, made me answer. Hello. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, raspy from disuse. Silence on the other end, then a sound like static or rushing water. I was about to hang up when I heard it. A voice, distant and distorted, as if coming through layers of interference. Dad! My heart stopped. Not the almost but not quite voice that had been whispering through my house. This was Emma's voice, exactly as I remembered it. Emma, I clutched the phone so tightly my knuckles went white. Baby, is that you? Dad, I don't have much time. Her voice faded in and out like a bad connection. You need to be careful. It's using me to get to you. It's using all of us. Who is? Where are you? I was on my feet now, pacing frantically. Emma, tell me where you are. The spaces between, she said, and my blood ran cold. That's what they call it here. It's not a place, exactly. It's in between everything, between moments, between thoughts. It's always been there, watching through the cracks in reality. And sometimes it takes people. Takes them where? I was crying now, tears streaming down my face. Emma, please, I need to find you. You can't. Not the way you're thinking. Her voice grew fainter. It's hungry, Dad. It's always hungry. And it's figured out how to use us to lure others. The ones who are connected to us. The ones who can't let go. The lights in the house flickered, then dimmed. The temperature dropped suddenly, my breath fogging in front of my face. It's coming. Emma's voice was barely audible now. Don't trust what you see. Don't trust what you hear. It's not me, Dad. It's never been me. I'm trying to warn you, but it knows. It always knows. Emma, don't go. I was shouting into the phone now. Tell me how to help you. Tell me how to get you back. You can't help me. She was crying too. I could hear it in her voice. But you can help yourself. It feeds on grief. on obsession, on the inability to let go. That's how it finds the cracks to slip through. That's how it. The line went dead. At the same moment, every light in the house extinguished, plunging me into absolute darkness. My phone's screen went black, and when I tried to turn on the flashlight function, nothing happened. It was as if all power, all energy had been sucked out of the room. In the suffocating blackness, I heard it tap, tap, tap from directly behind me. I spun around, swinging the baseball bat blindly, connecting with nothing but air. Daddy! The voice was right against my ear, the almost but not quite voice. Why are you fighting so hard? Don't you want to see Emma again? Don't you want to be with her? You're not her? I choked out, backing away, bumping into furniture as I tried to navigate through the darkness. What are you? What have you done with my daughter? Laughter then, high and wrong, like breaking glass. I've done nothing. She came willingly. They all do eventually. The lost ones, the forgotten ones, the ones who fall through the cracks. She wasn't lost. My back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. She was taken. Was she? The voice moved, circling me in the darkness. Or did she slip away because no one was watching closely enough? Because someone who should have been there wasn't? Because someone who should have protected her failed? My guilt and grief surged up like a tidal wave, threatening to drown me. Was this thing right? Had Emma somehow fallen through the cracks of reality because I hadn't been vigilant enough? Because I'd been 7 minutes late picking her up? It feeds on guilt, Emma had said, on obsession, on the inability to let go. And I'd been feeding it for 16 months, serving up my pain on a silver platter, creating the perfect conditions for it to manifest. I felt something brush against my face in the darkness. Cold, damp fingers tracing the contours of my cheek. I slashed out with the bat again, connecting with something solid this time. There was a hiss of pain or anger, and suddenly I could see. Not with my eyes, but in my mind. What was in the room with me? It was vast, far larger than my house could contain, as if most of it existed in some other dimension and only a small portion was pushing through into our reality. It had countless limbs, some ending in approximations of human hands, others in things I couldn't comprehend. At its center was a void, a nothingness that somehow radiated hunger, and around this void floated what looked like thousands of faces. Human faces, animal faces, faces that didn't belong to any species I recognized. Some of them I could name. Emma's dance instructor, who'd moved away shortly after the investigation closed. The detective who'd stopped returning my calls. 3 children from Emma's school who had been reported missing in the months following her disappearance. And Emma, her face was there, suspended in that terrible void, her expression frozen in a silent scream. I don't know where I found the strength to move, but somehow I did. I ran, blind and stumbling, toward the front door. Behind me, the thing roared. Not a sound but a feeling, a psychic pressure that made my ears bleed and my vision blur. The door seemed miles away, stretching farther with each desperate step I took. You can't escape, the thing whispered, now from inside my own head. You've been mine since the moment you chose to cling to your grief rather than move forward. The door between our worlds is already open. And now, I'm coming through. I reached the door, fumbled with the knob, flung it open, and froze. Outside wasn't my front porch, my overgrown lawn, my quiet suburban street. Outside was nothing. A swirling gray void, identical to the one I'd glimpsed at the center of the entity. The spaces between, the thing said, using a chorus of voices now, Emma's among them. Where lost things go, where lost people go, where you belong with your daughter. I stood on the threshold, trembling. Part of me wanted to step through, to fall into that void if it meant being with Emma again, even in some twisted half-existence. My foot moved forward of its own accord, hovering over the emptiness. Dad, don't. Emma's voice, her real voice, cut through the chorus. That's what it wants. It's not a passage to me. It's its mouth. It's how it feeds. The gray void rippled and distorted, as if in anger. The chorus of voices rose to a scream that threatened to split my skull. I stumbled backward, away from the doorway, away from the temptation. The entity surged forward, a writhing mass of limbs and faces, no longer bothering with the pretense of being my daughter. In that moment of clarity and terror, I remembered something. An old book I'd read during my desperate research, something about threshold magic, about the power of boundaries. Doorways, windows, crossroads, these were places where reality grew thin, where entities could slip through. But they worked both ways. What could come in could also be locked out. I slammed the door shut with all my strength. The impact reverberated through the house like a thunderclap. The screaming cut off abruptly. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, waiting for the next attack. It came not as a physical assault, but as Emma's voice. Her real voice, small and frightened and so painfully familiar. "Daddy, please," she begged from the other side of the door. "Don't leave me out here.
I'm scared.
It's dark and cold and I don't know the way home. Please, Daddy, please let me in." My hand went to the doorknob, almost of its own volition. I could picture her on the other side, my little girl, shivering in the dark, arms wrapped around herself the way she used to do when she was nervous or scared. "It's not her," I whispered to myself, tears streaming down my face. "Emma's gone. Whatever's out there, it's not her." "Daddy!" The voice grew more desperate, more heart-wrenching. "It's hurting me. Please, I need you. You promised you'd always protect me." My forehead pressed against the door, my resolve weakening with each plea.
I'm sorry, Emma Isab.
"I'm so sorry I wasn't there when you needed me. I'm sorry I was late. I'm sorry I failed you." And then, so faintly I almost missed it, from very far away. "It's okay, Dad. It wasn't your fault. Let go. Please, just let go." Not from outside the door, from somewhere deep inside me, a memory of my daughter's forgiveness that I'd never allowed myself to hear. The thing outside howled in frustration as it felt its hold on me slipping. It abandoned all pretense then, slamming against the door with such force that the wood cracked. Claws or fingers scrabbled at the edges, seeking purchase. The doorknob turned by itself back and forth, rattling violently. I braced myself against the door, using my body as a barricade. "You can't have me," I growled through clenched teeth. "And you never had her. She's not in your spaces between. She's here." I pressed a hand to my chest, to my heart. "And in whatever comes after this life. But she's not with you." The assault on the door intensified, the wood splintering. I wouldn't be able to hold it much longer. In desperation, I looked around for anything that might help, any weapon or tool. My gaze fell on the small table near the entryway where I'd always kept my keys and wallet, where Emma's school picture still stood in its silver frame. I lunged for it, grabbing the frame just as the door gave way behind me. Cold air rushed into the house, carrying with it the smell of rot and emptiness. I turned to face the entity as it poured through the doorway, no longer bothering with human form. Just a writhing mass of darkness punctuated by too many eyes, too many mouths. I held up the photograph like a shield. "She's not yours," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "She never was, and neither am I." The thing paused, its countless eyes fixed on the image of Emma, smiling, alive, untouched by whatever horror had claimed her. "Let her go," I commanded, taking a step forward. "Let them all go." The entity made a sound like the death rattle of a universe. It seemed to expand, filling my entire field of vision, blotting out everything else. For one terrible moment, I thought it would simply consume me, photograph and all. Then I heard Emma's voice again, not from the creature, not from outside, but from my own memory. "I love you, Dad, even when you're late." Something broke inside me then, not my resolve, but the chains of grief that had been binding me, keeping me trapped in a limbo of guilt and regret and making me vulnerable to this thing from the spaces between. I let myself remember Emma as she had been, not as a victim, not as a tragedy, but as my daughter. Her laughter, her stubbornness, the way she'd roll her eyes when I made bad jokes. The smudge of chocolate that was perpetually at the corner of her mouth because she couldn't pass a day without a candy bar. The entity shrieked in what sounded like pain. It began to retreat, withdrawing from my house like a tide going out, pulling back through the shattered doorway into the gray nothingness beyond. "You're free," I told it, though I knew it didn't care about my forgiveness. "I release you from whatever bargain you thought we had. You have no power here anymore." As the last of it disappeared, the void beyond my doorway flickered and dissolved, revealing my ordinary front porch, my overgrown lawn, my quiet suburban street. Dawn was breaking, painting the eastern sky in shades of pink and gold. I collapsed on the threshold, exhausted beyond measure, the photograph clutched to my chest. I don't know how long I sat there, watching the sunrise, letting myself feel the full weight of my loss without being crushed by it. Hours, maybe. When I finally stood up, something had changed. Not just in my house, which no longer felt haunted by anything except ordinary memories, but in me. The grief was still there. It would always be there. But it was no longer the all-consuming force that had defined my existence for the past 16 months. It was just part of me now, like a scar or a healed fracture that aches when it rains. I've moved out of that house now. Not because I'm afraid of what might come back. I don't think it will. I don't think it can. But because it was time. Time to stop living in a shrine to what I'd lost and start building something new. I don't know what really happened to Emma. I probably never will. The police case remains open but inactive. Sharon and I speak occasionally. She's rebuilt her life in Colorado. I've started working again, teaching English at the community college. I've joined a support group for parents of missing children. I've learned that moving forward doesn't mean forgetting. But sometimes, in the moments between sleeping and waking, when consciousness flickers like a candle flame, I feel her. Not the distorted thing that pretended to be her, but Emma herself. A warmth, a presence, a love that transcends whatever boundaries separate us. And I wonder if there really are spaces between, not the cold void that entity came from, but something else, something better. Spaces where lost connections can be briefly restored, where love can bridge impossible distances. I don't know. I can't know. But I choose to believe that Emma exists somewhere beyond my understanding, and that someday, in some form, we'll find each other again. Until then, I keep her picture by my bed. I talk to her sometimes, tell her about my day, my small triumphs and setbacks. I don't expect answers, but I listen anyway in the spaces between heartbeats just in case.